Hello and welcome to TPK Roleplay. My name is ProperNerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game designer, etc. And today we are playing The Zone. It is a GM-less horror story game created by Laughing Kaiju. You can find it online and play it yourself. This game is all about horror and dark themes, so if at any time you feel uncomfortable, please leave the stream and come back when you're feeling better, okay? Take care of yourself first, but all the players at my table have consented to the themes that we'll be talking about today. Let's get started. The game is online and it runs through all the rules itself, so hopefully as we go, we'll learn the rules right along with you. We've had a bit of a primer, we've checked it out, we've kind of chosen characters, but basically this game is entirely improvised. Before we begin the game, why don't we hear from all of our players, starting with LastHP.
Hello, I am the LastHPHero, and I am very excited for a GM-less game and playing with these wonderful people. So I guess that's me. I tossed the link in chat. So if you want to play the game later, that's a great place to find it. Beside me is SirHeckaLot.
Hey guys, it's me, SirHeckaLot. Just checking out the primer for this. This is probably one of the coolest mediums I've seen for doing a TTRPG, so I'm so excited to get into it. So let's take it on over to Turk.
Hey everyone, I am Turk, or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I am hyped to have all of the horror movie tropes and body terror exposed tonight, and I'm going to throw it over to last but certainly not least, Copper Leo.
Hey everyone, Copper Leo here, bringing up the rear. Excited to try out for our first horror, or at least my first horror game this month. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into this.
It's spooky season for sure. And I've got the spooky music running. I went through and found all of the creepiest stuff. So we're going to start this game. Welcome, players. The goal of this game is to tell a... Sorry, I can't tell if this is the music or not. I guess it is. I was very confused. Let's try that again.
Everyone check your backgrounds. Is anyone being horribly murdered?
It's possible. This is
clear.
Welcome, players. The goal of this game is to tell a weird, magical, realist horror story of mutation and self-discovery. A story about people who risk everything for an obsession. A story where only one will make it to the end. For us and all you, the viewers, this game will take about 2 to 3 hours. It helpfully tells us that's 11 p.m. for us. Make sure that's okay with everyone. It is. Unless you all know each other, quickly introduce yourselves. We just have. And you're probably wondering if everyone here is seeing the same thing. You are. So all players are seeing exactly what I'm seeing. This is a live multiplayer space. Unless stated otherwise, moves affect everyone else's views. Hey, HP, why don't you read the briefing? HP, you there, or did you step away?
No, he's there.
Uh-oh, Mike Probs be like...
No words.
No, we can't hear you.
We hear snaps. We don't hear yous.
Okay, while he figures that out, hey, Heck, why don't you read the briefing for us?
Okay, cool.
Or we can take turns. So start with the first paragraph and we'll move around. Hopefully by then, HP will have it figured out.
Oh no, it's like class.
Okay.
It's just like class.
Welcome, Volunteer. Oh my god, let me read. Damn it.
Did I fix it?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what I did. Sorry. Jesus.
Okay, I'm just going to read it. All right. Welcome, volunteers. I know you've all been wondering what the zone really is and if the rumors are true. As the 14th expedition, you deserve to know what we know. It's not a lot, but it may help you.
It all started with the anomalies. Locals calling into talk radio or visiting their doctors with stories of unseasonal weather, impossible objects, half sightings of unknown creatures, claimed conversations with long dead loved ones. People disappeared. Medical notes describe bodies that started changing.
We initiated special containment procedures, performed tests on those who refused to evacuate. Then, as if reacting to our attention, the boundary appeared and isolated everything and everyone within the area of several square miles. We don't know if there are still survivors or if they're still human.
Since that moment, not a single expedition has returned. All lose contact minutes after leaving visual range. We are going on fragments, rumors, and occasional anomalies that seep beyond the boundary.
We don't know what the zone wants, or if it wants. It seems to be a mirror. It manifests whatever phobias, obsessions, and memories you bring into it. The zone brings them to life to test you.
There are rumors that the zone can grant your deepest wish if it deems you worthy. Sensor reading shows something incredibly powerful at its heart. Perhaps the only escape is the center itself.
You are the 14th expedition. You will almost certainly not return. Good hunting, but prepare to die. The Federal Bureau of Coherence, without admitting liability, thanks you for accepting this mission.
And the mission briefing, undefined.
There we go. That worked out nicely. This is a collaborative storytelling game. So first, I'm going to do this whole one, just do it quickly. We're telling a movie. The game is a series of scenes which we can choose to play in as much or as little detail as we want, describing or acting out what characters are doing. Scenes can be as short as a couple minutes, but usually about 5 minutes or so. The game will last about as long as a movie, so 2 to 3 hours. We will take turns being the director. Since there is no GM, we take turns as the director setting up and ending scenes, and all share a few moves that anyone can trigger at any time to help the story along. No one will be forced to be out on the spot for too long. We're in charge of our characters, but share responsibility for everything else. And this game's core feature, we will play to lose. We are not competing with each other. That's why our fates are secretly decided at the start. So we can focus on creating not so easy situations which characters will always take the bait on and suffer the consequences. You know those moments that you have you yelling, "Don't go in there," or "Don't touch that" at your favorite horror film? That is this entire game. HP, can you read this out?
This spiral of cards represents the... Again?
Sorry, no, we moved back.
No, we can hear you. Yeah, he just...
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Yes,
This is the board.
Don't touch anything right now.
Sorry, it's a shared space. Unless explicitly stated otherwise, HP, don't click the next button. We can all see roughly the same things on our screens. Unless HP hits the next button. If there's something only you can see, it will say, only you are seeing this.
Unfortunately, that means that the stream will see all of my special things, so try to keep that secret in chat, y'all. Heck, would you mind?
Don't tell us anything, chat. The spiral of cards represents the zone. Each card is a location the expedition will go through on their own journey to the center of the zone. The game starts at the zone observation facility, which is right outside the boundary. Once inside, you cannot backtrack.
In each location, we will do a few scenes. Expect to do 2 or 3 scenes in each location. Fewer as we get close to the center. 1 turn equals 1 scene.
There are no stats or dice rolls in this game. Whenever a character tries to do something that seems like it would be not so easy for them, anyone can force them to pull a not so easy card. Not so easy cards have bittersweet outcomes that advance the story, like yes, but, and no, and most of them will trigger a mutation. Trigger them often.
Our fates are predetermined by the fate cards. The character on the fate card must die in the scene when it is revealed, unless another player sacrifices their own character. You cannot die before your fate card, so take risks. When your character dies, you keep playing as the Zone, setting up scenes as usual with nothing to distract you from making things weird, magical, and horrible for the survivors.
The game ends at the center. The player who makes it to the center will ask the Zone to grant or free them from their obsession. The remaining players embody the Zone and decide the survivor's final fate.
A quick level set. This is a horror game, so it's most fun when we take our characters way out of their comfort zones, while taking excellent care of we, the humans, playing them. So we've talked about this a little in chat. We talked about our X cards in chat, so we won't repeat them here. But if something comes up in the story, we have a button called the X card button. There will also be times when a player is pondering a question, helping them feel so irresistible. We won't give in. Sometimes folks just need a little time to think, and the creepiest horrors need that time to gestate. God, what a word. We each have ironclad authority over our own characters, and when setting up scenes as director, it's still fun to suggest ideas and yes and a lot, but no pressure. If it's not an obvious hell yes, no need to push it. Lastly, the players are more important in the game. That is a key feature in anything we do at TPK Roleplay. So just make sure to take care of the humans. And you, as a stream viewer, please take care of yourself. If at any time, please step away from the stream, mute us, do what you need to do, because this could get dark. We did not talk about this in chat, but we probably could talk about it now. What rating would a movie of our version of this show be? And we talked about our X cards, but if you like, feel free to talk about them on stream now if you like to. I was thinking somewhere just before R-rated, or perhaps just straight up R-rated, is a good idea for me. And if the green lights are your mice, I think that's accurate as well for all of you.
They are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our anonymous green dots.
Spooky.
Able to curse at least once.
We can say fuck as many times as we want.
Yeah.
We can all say it
R-rated.
right now.
Mostly
All right,
why.
if we can say fuck as much as we want, it has to be R-rated.
Perfect. I love it. Let's keep moving on. Now we're going to choose characters. We kind of cheated because we looked at these ahead of time, so we can have a chance to do this quickly without having to worry too much about creating characters on stream. But I think, well, we probably talk about our characters a little bit as we make them. So this is the part of the game where we might be seeing different things from each other. I'm going to pick the Chaplain, as we discussed earlier. And this is a fun part of this game where you create your very fast version of your character. For the stream, I will show you what I'm looking at. You were an army chaplain, strong in your faith, even amidst the grim horrors of war. On your return, you dutifully built a cozy and devoted congregation, even as your own faith started to unravel. When you were drafted by powerful organizations who believe the zone is divine, you could not say no. Everyone has a similar description of their character, and for some reason, my file number is changing rapidly.
Same.
Anyway, I actually like the name Hubert Longfellow. Let's keep that one. I like that a lot. It has my role down here. I'm not sure if that's secret or not, so I'm going to hold it to myself. Also, kind of like D&D, it gives you options to choose from if you want to check your obsession and your phobia. I think this might be secret, so I'm going to hold on to it for now. So chat, be good.
That's the rule. Be good.
Okay, streaming and also running this game at the same time is taking a lot on my CPU. So sorry if it seems a little slow on screen, but I'm just kind of keeping it mellow.
Yeah. Should we all go around and say who we're picking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I know for a fact that I am playing Isaac Lockhart, the entrepreneur. You're an iconoclast engineer who has made billions revolutionizing pharmaceuticals, energy, and many other fields. You learned of the zone through your deep network and pockets, and managed to get yourself added to the expedition. there's money to be made. So, that's me.
I'm just gonna go if you guys are still figuring stuff out. I'm going to be playing Dr. Caroline Quirm, the scientist. You are a distinguished, there we go, scientist responsible for a number of key breakthroughs in your prolific early career, but you followed your theories to more creative fringes, and the academic field you once dominated has now rejected you as a fraud and a huckster. So, fun stuff.
I grabbed the writer, renowned talent with decades of award-winning work on the international stage, but success takes its toll. You haven't managed to write anything in over 15 years. You've tried everything, but it's not working, and even now your fans are beginning to forget you. You can't go out like this.
And I am playing Sam Lumbergh. I am the bureaucrat. The career suit first entrusted with containing the zone. You studied it, secretly orchestrating dozens of clinical experiments on the locals to assess this risk. Now you've been cut off from them. You need to know what happened to them and the risk it poses to the rest of the world.
Was that everyone?
I think so.
Yes.
Perfect. Whenever you're done writing
Raph
your...
says that we share our obsessions and phobias because we can all see each other once we all submit.
Great. Let's do that real quick then. We'll do it in order. My obsession is to prove science wrong, which is going to be a stretch because that's far against what I normally do in real life. Also, Raph is the creator of the game, so feel free to follow him to check out his work at laughingkaiju.com. I hope I'm using your right pronouns, so please correct me if I'm wrong. My phobia is that that things are meaningless, or meaninglessness. There we go. That there is no one out there listening, and this is probably a one-way trip because I can't go back to my dwindling services and not having answers to people who are obsessed looking for them. HP.
Too real. That's why I left the ministry.
Whoops.
I am looking for answers. That's my obsession. So I retconned my writer just a little bit. I made my money cheating the gullible out of their money. So Steine here writes books on cryptids and gives cryptid tours, knowing full well that there is no Bigfoot. I painted that albino monkey orange and told you it was a baby Bigfoot and took your money happily. But now, I think some of these creepy things might be true, so I'm obsessed with finding the answer now. My phobia is rejection. Now that I know there are things beyond our understanding, I worry my entire existence will be cast aside. And I know it's a one-way trip because after you make a living cheating people out of their cash, now that you want to tell a real truth, nobody really cares what you have to say.
I'm getting serious Roundhouse vibes from that.
I know.
Actually.
I did on purpose. I am backwards.
Amazing. Okay, so my obsession is completing my master theory. I just need that last bit of inspiration to finish this thesis. My phobia is incompetence. That maybe, perhaps all of the work that I've done throughout grad school has meant absolutely nothing, and I have no idea what I'm doing. And the thing that I can't go back to is this source of how I'm seen as a fraud and a huckster now. It was a breach of the peer review process and being seen as a fraud. And yeah, that's it.
For me, my obsession with the zone is the singularity. It will solve everything. Humanity is just a stepping stone. I am going to push us to the next level. My phobia, of course, being that I won't be included, that the AI making this new world will do so without me. And I can't go back because an expectation of heading to the zone and understanding, of course, that the past 13 expeditions haven't survived, and I'll either succeed, as I usually do, or be crushed. would be a new experience altogether for me, to be fair. I've released a lot of my market, released a lot of my products and systems to the market for free, past the bullshit of the FDA and other regulatory organizations that seek to stifle the strong. And it's going to push humanity, especially the weak, to do better.
I already hate all of these characters. I'm glad they're going to die.
Lockhart is a bastard.
I think Isaac bought out at least one of my tours.
Oh, he certainly has put you on the Forbes top seller list a few times.
As for me, my obsession is salvaging the experiment. It can't be for nothing, mostly because my phobia is the consequences. For me, I was following orders. I always figured that because I was doing what the government told me, that absolved me of all of it. And I know that I can't go back, because if this experiment fails and I come back with nothing, then the consequences of all my actions will catch up to me. But if I can come back with something, then I will be absolved of all my sins.
Excellent, everyone. Turk, if you could please...
Oh, sorry. Finish editing.
Finish editing. Thank you. Put on a little good merry riddle. And now we can start the game. There's where we can look at everyone's characters. If I had known this, I would have done it. But as it says, you can look at all your stuff that you wrote, which is great. We've already introduced ourselves, so let's move along.
Oh,
Turk, you were randomly picked as the first director.
It's the start of the exposition. We're all at the zone observation facility the night before you have to cross the boundary. This is a scene to practice the flow of the game. I'll start us off.
Nice.
The expedition has arrived at the zone observation facility. I decide what form it takes. I'm going to say it's a rustic manor and farm just outside the boundary, requisitioned by the FBC after its owners were not so lucky. So I picked the next location. Now click Get a Scene Prompt to discover what meets the expedition when we arrive. Read this out loud. All right, there are 3 parts to a scene: the setup, collaborative, storytelling, and the ending. The director is in charge of the setup and the ending and facilitates collaborative storytelling by asking questions of the group. You can use the questions of the card or come up with something. So, I suppose if everyone's ready, I'll just dive right into it. The night before our journey into and beyond the boundary, the manor itself it clearly once belonged to someone of importance, some 18th century noble by the cornerstone work, at least would suggest it. The wars of the world that have crossed this place did not leave it without a few blemishes, shall we say, some redone roofing and windows that have been blown out, certainly more than once. But the FBC has made good use of this. The farm that extends from here is dead for all intents and purposes. Dead vines cling to rows of wood in a vineyard, and what remains of a pasture is gray and cracked and muddy and cold. Inside, a fire is lit and generators hum as the FBC headquarters has a few computers set up around on various floors, though most of this is dead and empty, the wood and varnish of the walls of this place peeling. We zoom in on our characters, all colored into a similar, what was very likely once the dining room, now rather than one long table and glamorous chandelier, a series of plastic folding tables and chairs, and what could very likely be the last meal that we all share in proper civilization is crackers, juice boxes, and for those who are perhaps more adventurous, cans from the basement of what? Who knows? They weren't labeled. They've never been labeled, perhaps, but the last time someone opened it up, it was peaches, so it's worth a shot, right? And we find, everyone here is just sit in their own little space, perhaps in their own world, contemplating the events that are about to occur, the dangers they will face, and the rewards of what they could get out of it. There's danger in the air, there is tension, but there's also an annoying farmer bro who steps through the door.
As a quick point of reference, so everyone else here can read it again, to set up a scene, we'll introduce the location, as Turk so eloquently did, decide which character it's about, depending on what the scene calls for, and then, as Turk did, you set up the situation described by the prompt, and you describe where everyone is, what they're doing, and in future scenes, you'll describe how everyone got there from the previous scene. So you have a lot of control over what happens. To end the scene later on, the director will end the scene and their turn when the prompt is resolved. In this case, it's when everyone has shared a rumor. It's better to end a scene too early than too late. If you've gone off topic, end the scene. So we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so Isaac Lockhart, eccentric is a kind word for this billionaire, enters the room, juice box kind of swirling in his hand as if it was the finest Chianti one could imagine. We'll kind of squeeze it, drop to the floor without second thought, and plop down in the chair across from Mr. Steine. You know, I've read so many of your books, and it's funny. I knew they were bullshit. Believe me, I'm a bullshit guy. I get you. Don't even bother. I'm a bullshit guy. I have talked that talk for far too long. I am really excited to watch your face when you hear about some of the shit that's come out of this. I am really excited for you to actually figure out the weird shit that's going on.
I mean, bullshit's such a strong... Yeah, I mean, they're all utter bullshit, but the emotion's real. I mean, most people felt. I mean, just look. I'm going to stand up and go over to a canvas cloth that's over this oversized portrait and pull it off. Look, nobody cares about this person, but this would make one hell of a ghost hunt house, right? I mean, you'd buy that.
I'd buy it because people would buy it from me. I wouldn't buy it because it's good.
No, you bought out more than one of my tours, Mr. Lockhart.
Of course I did. Everyone else was going. I need to see what it was about.
Yeah. But yeah, what if... God, what if even one of them was real? Dude, I mean, how much that would change just everything. And God damn it, here we are. And something is real. Shit, Lockhart, I mean... Are you even ready for what we're going to see?
Of course I'm ready. Do you know how much I've put on the fucking line for this?
We all have.
Okay. Sure. What? You haven't put out a book in... Remind me, I don't pay attention to other people's lifetimes.
Don't worry about it.
No. Because I'm a numbers guy too. You can tell me. I'll put on the emotional face for you.
Fuck you, Lockhart.
Oh, you wish you could. Fortunately, I'm a bit too expensive of a ride. Like a Ferrari that I have parked out front.
Now, gentlemen. We should not be fighting. The undying light is waiting for us down in the zone. We all know. I'm sure all of your queries in the nature of the universe can be described by the undying light. You would be good to follow its path.
Undying light? I'm fairly certain I have the patent on that.
No,
Actually, it's solar powered. You crank it. We got some hippies in China to come up with it for us.
the religion angle will only sell for so long. I just want you to know that in advance.
I don't know. Religion has lasted for millennia. Now, I have been gifted with the sight the undying light provides, but not all are as lucky.
Oh gosh, we gifted you with a sight and some pretty strong fucking elbows by the sound of it. God, you're gonna break it at this rate, though.
At this point, the server door of the kitchen swings open, and in walks Caroline Quirm. The server door, like, swishing passes. She's falling in front of. What does someone have to do to get a goddamn cup of coffee in here? Are you all the team? Yeah, you must be the team. Caroline Quirm. Call me doctor, whatever the fuck.
Doctor's an honorific, and it's earned.
That's what an honorific is, you pretentious ass.
Oh, I'm sorry. How many honorific degrees do you have?
What, just because you bought a few buildings and they gave you a couple doctorates, you think it means something? I bet Dr. Quirm over there actually earned hers.
Mine too.
What was the specialty, Caroline?
Microbiology.
Oh, so you're a perfect fit.
Yeah. You can study Lockhart.
Oh, I already made that joke, Steine. Keep up. I might give you some material by the end of this.
God, this is going to be a long night.
At this point, the door will open as a man comes in. He's basically wearing like the Fed black suit, carrying a briefcase in his hand that he has a tight grip on. He comes in looking at his gold watch and then looks to everyone and says, "Hello, everyone. Name is Agent Sam Lumbergh. I'll be the one accompanying you folks today. Hopefully you've all had a chance to introduce yourselves."
More or less.
Lumbergh, you scamp! You bastard! And Lockhart is gonna get up and like give you this real shit-eating grin and like offer a hand. I should have known you were here. I could smell you a fucking mile off.
He's sucking up to an IRS agent?
Mr. Lockhart, was it? Right.
Oh, don't give me that. We're all gonna die, probably. Come on. You know why you're here, and I know why I'm here. Let's cut with the pleasantries.
Indeed. As you all know, we're going to be venturing into the zone. So I hope you've had set your orders in affair, Mr. Lockhart. It would be most unfortunate for the world if you don't make it back.
You know, some people might register that as a threat, but coming from you, it's really funny, and I enjoy it, and that's why I keep you on, and why I'm funding your next re-election campaign. Oh. God, isn't he just a card, everyone? Father, come on. Isn't he a card? Tell him he's gonna go to heaven or something.
We don't believe in heaven in the ministry of the undying light, but we do believe the eternal sunrise is here to greet all of the since past members of our society.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lumbergh. I thought you were the entertainment. I was wrong.
Well, let me start by asking, have any of you heard the rumors going about of the zone?
I do understand the ministry has told me that the creatures of the dark are prowling inside the zone. They probably are here to cover up a mysterious nature of the undying light, and I intend to find it.
Interesting rumor.
Interesting.
Dr. Quirm, how about you? Have you heard anything?
Well, yeah, there have been a couple studies out there, a couple research papers with dubious sources, I guess, that talk about the common ancestor of all life perhaps being in this location.
Common ancestor of all life. Okay. They were just discovering materials and elements that have never actually been fucking harnessed. It's not. We're building the periodic table with things that are the okay.
What about
You
you,
get it,
Lockhart?
but
How
you-
are you gonna make a buck off this trip?
Easy. I'm gonna buy out your rights to the story.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna have you write something bullshitty, and then buy 10 million copies, get you on the bestseller list, get you a nice book tour, have you go on a good cruise across the country, or maybe even the world if I'm feeling generous. And then I'm gonna make sure you never write another damn thing in your life.
God, Lockhart, you're the kind of asshole we all hate and can't hate at the same time.
Yeah, that is why I have more money than you and appear on more TV shows.
Look, the thing about my circles, rumors-wise, I got a lot of true believers, and there's this one just off-the-farm psycho that said he picked up a radio transmission from the 13th expedition. I mean, I deal with a lot of crazies, but he had the recording, and I think there's something real in there.
Oh, I tend to concur with you, Mr. Stein. The rumor that I heard from good authority is that there is a specific epicenter of the zone when it started. So if we can find that epicenter, perhaps we can all find what we're looking for here.
You sure about that?
As I said, I have it in good authority, Mr. Lockhart.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that you people can pull your head up your own asses long enough to have anything on good authority. But if you're insistent on there being something actually out there, then it's a good reason I'm here. Otherwise, this would just be another fancy field trip.
I'm sure, but you forget, Mr. Lockhart, I do have access to see things such as tax records. I'm very aware why you're here.
Tax. You think I'm paying taxes?
That's probably the problem.
Oh, yeah, it's the problem, except for all the people who I have on payroll and speed dial. Anyway.
Your power is nothing, Lockhart.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, oldest grift in the book is religion, right? Second only to prostitution. So why don't you worry more about the second, and I'll go see if I can figure out the first in the local village. And he's gonna get up. Last night on Earth, gentlemen and ma'am. Might as well make it worth something, right? If I'm not there in the morning, don't leave till I get there. 'Cause I said so. And he's gonna leave. And unless anyone else really wants to go into anything, that might be a solid place to end the scene.
You're the director. It's your call.
I'm saying that we're gonna end the scene there, because I'm gonna be an asshole about it.
Now remember, you don't want to be typecast too much, Turk.
Oh, dude, no.
I mean, he's the director on that scene, so he casted himself.
The game will automatically select the next director, so Copper, you're the next director.
I am the director. We are now moving to the boundary. We're about to start crossing the boundary. This will be split into 3 short scenes, one for each of the 3 key moves. Before we start the first scene, we'll do a quick overview of all 3 moves. First one is take stock. Starting with you, every player adds a sensory detail about the scene: sight, sound, touch, smell, taste, or how your characters feel. You can skip yourself if you don't have anything in mind. And then the second one will be when everyone has spoken, we'll return to the storytelling. So
they give us an example. If we want to read it out loud, we totally can, but we don't have to. We all are experienced role players and hopefully collaborative storytellers. And basically, the example shows us that players are going to add some sensory details, and then they're going to work off of one another to create a full scene. So do you want to continue and we can skip this for now?
Yep, sure. Something's not right. The person who triggered the move says something's not right and what they think might be wrong. Another player says it's worse than that and describes how. And then the player who said something's not right incorporates the escalation and the storytelling continues.
So in this example, the exposition is going through a forest and nothing's really happening. There is a lull in the conversation when Amy says, something's not right. I feel the trees are watching us. And then they use the move. It's worse than that. The branches are moving. They're trying to grab us. And so the players will all work together to incorporate both the something's not right and the worse than that moves.
And then the third part is not so easy. When someone describes the character doing something not so easy, interrupted by triggering this move, anyone can say it. You can even call it on yourself. The person trying to do the thing restates what they wanted to happen and then draws a not so easy card to find out if it does. That player then weaves the outcome and its complications, usually a mutation, into the story, and the play continues.
It's basically a yes, but yes, you're going to do this thing, but it's going to be harder than you thought. So
and
we
your
can
arm
use
falls off.
I mean,
He's got a gun.
so this is again, this is what the card will help us figure this out. We can continue now, and we'll get into this when we do the game, I'm sure.
All right. You are the director. The expedition has arrived at the boundary. You decide what form the boundary takes.
Copper is choosing between it is beautiful, inspires wonder, it is invisible, but its presence is clearly felt, or it is psychological and manifests only in your minds. Feel free to read the whole thing when you decide.
Yeah. We're going to go with the boundary itself is invisible, but its presence is clearly felt in its effects on the environment and the creatures that intersects. So you want me to, I just describe it at this point, right? Or do I do the scene prompt?
Get the scene prompt, yeah.
Okay. Take stock. Use take stock to quickly add delirious sensory details from the collective genius of the players. It's about the subjective experience. How does it feel to be there? When to use? When setting up a new location or whenever things feel fuzzy. Who can use it? Everyone, anytime, like all moves. Now, director, use this move as part of the setup to describe the boundary. All right. So at this point, the characters all leave the farm observatory. They basically walk down a small country road. The road itself is paved, but it's basically going into what would have been a small town. Everyone can see the town as they begin to walk forward. There's definitely something off. Each of you get a sense, a tingling, however that works for you. For an example of Sam, Lumbergh, as they get close, there's definitely a vibration he hears in his ear. It's kind of a low, dull vibration, but it almost makes him rub his ear like he's hearing, like it's his ear doing it, but then he realizes that it's actually something. Something is emitting a low, buzzing sound.
Okay, Turk, you want to add something?
Yes, I would love to. The group continues to move forward, and as that sound begins to hit Lumbergh's ear, you can kind of see he looks back towards the group, the sun rising in front of him. The shadows themselves, he can see now, are also distorting and staticky in the early morning sun, extending much further than normal and shaking and forming horrifying shapes, only for the briefest moments before reverting back to normal.
I think along with the light thing, I wanted to say that I feel like as we move into the boundary, the whole nature of the light seems to shift. Not just our shadows, but The clear, bright morning sun is shifting to a grayish blue tinge. Everything seems like it's in a weird. It's slowed down and darker, but somehow it is still the morning light. HP, do you want anything?
Yeah, as each of us kind of just inhale naturally through, we catch those, morning smells of dew and everything else that we'd expect to smell. But instead of the normalcy of that, there is the sharp feeling that you get when you breathe air that's too cold, and it makes your nose hairs spike as you're inhaling the scent.
And heck?
Okay. Yeah, on top of that kind of scent of like petrichor, like mixed with ozone almost, there is this strange, almost humid feeling to the air, yet it's a little lighter than just generally after something rains. It's a strange feeling, almost as if like something had just been misted recently, but fades almost immediately.
I'd say everyone feels a general warping sense as we finish up taking stock. Let's see. So, how do I move on to the next one? Or is that... So I feel like this isn't end scene? Or do we have to click the take stock button?
I believe
clicked that,
we've
so
already...
put the card up.
It puts the card up, and then
okay.
It just says continue.
Okay, so we'll end scene.
Yeah, let's do that. Because it's a tutorial scene, so I think the next scene will be... yeah. There we go.
Okay, cool. All right, then me. The expedition is at the boundary. There's been one scene here. Okay, do another scene in the boundary. Makes sense to me. All right, something's not right. So use something's not right when you need to ramp up the danger in a scene. When to use it? Frequently. It's a great way to set up the not so easy situations. Who can use it? Anyone, anytime. So now I set up the scene and then try out this move by pressing something's not right. Once you've used the move and the scene. Okay. So, yeah, something isn't quite right as we...
You didn't set up the scene. You're just like, it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
So go back to, remember the opening thing where you, as a director, you set up a scene, describe how we got here and what the scene looks like, and then we'll
then
use something.
Then one of us in character will say something's not right. I think it's how it works.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a tutorial, they ask tech to.
Okay, cool.
So set up the scene.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Set up the scene first. Describe where we are, what it looks like.
I'm gonna kind of like combine the, but yeah, I'll do it in a
Go
very
ahead.
clear way. Instead.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are passing through this initial marker for the boundary. There's a fair amount of tape and just indicators and bright yellows and oranges to tell us where it is. There are a series of chambers along this boundary to decontaminate, though not entirely used for on the way out, as no one's really come back. As we kind of go through the decontamination process, we step on the other side. And immediately as we're stepping, you can tell there's almost a delay between when your foot should hit the ground and come off. And it's strange that you stumble a little bit at first as you try to get used to that strange new feeling. There isn't too much different about the landscape itself other than things seem more in grayscale. The shadows are continuing to be altered, and the time it takes with the warping back to normal takes a slightly longer amount of time. As we all walk further down a path that not necessarily exists.
Oh, it's worse than that. That feeling of missing a step and taking one more step than there are in the stairs. Lockhart starts to split. It's almost as if he is jittering, where his foot is on the ground and taking its next step at the same time.
No, he's
Isaac?
how many
We're
times?
We're 100% not playing by the rules, and I'm fine with that.
What?
Player who said something's not right incorporates element escalation storytelling continues.
But I mean, it's fine.
Oh, I
Who
thought it
cares?
said another player says it's worse than that. Sorry. I was trying to follow the
so
rules.
once we've done the setup, then we do the collaborative storytelling of what that feels like, what our characters are doing, because we are in control of our characters. So say Sir Heck says that their character walks through and looks down at a mushroom, and it's dark and fuzzy, and HP, you might say something's not right, and et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
I'm fine to keep going if that's all right.
Just keep going, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feel free to.
Lockhart is going to turn around that same dilation of time, creating kind of like a weird part where, half of his face twists and then accordions back. Steine, what did you mean when you, what the fuck are you saying? What is it on my voice?
Lumbergh.
This is something's not right here.
Re.
It's
genius.
well, besides him being more annoying than he usually is, the fact that time seems to be split here is very troubling.
Just an accordion of this towards you.
Is there anything we can do about that?
I think the chaplain is going to attempt to see if he can get him out of the way, like if it's a specific section of the path that is making him distort time in such a way, and he's going to lend him a hand to try to pull him out.
And as you go to reach out, I would say like your hand also kind of like does that natural, like the accordion feel where your hand reaches forward really quickly, the rest of your arm slowing behind, and then it compresses again to match up with movement. Like there's a delay, but you grab him and pull him back. And I think like there is that kind of like weird distillation where his entire body seems to stretch on for an infinite moment and Laffy Taffy's back onto you. And he seems at the moment back to normal. He kind of looks around everyone, kind of literally pushing you down onto the ground with a hand as he's pushing himself up. Well, that was fucking wild. And I thought it was just a hangover. Great.
You know what? Because we're still getting used to it.
Yeah, so I said something's not right and explained that there's time dilations. Yep. So someone else needs to say it's worse than that and describe how much worse it is.
I think HP kind of did that. I was gonna say I'm gonna use something's not right again. I'm gonna say something's not right, and despite the fact that we got him out of the time distortion area, it has affected him in some way. Now someone says it's worse than that and describes how.
If I may jump in here.
Feel free.
It is worse than that, and not to start the mutations too early, but Isaac Lockhart, formerly a 30-something farmer bro, now appears distinctly in his 50s, and then his 60s, then his 20s, then he looks like a teen, and back to 40s and 50s, and isn't doing it rapidly, but his hair kind of grays in streaks and going back to its natural brown, just like a weird effect, like a photo a day happening rapidly before your eyes in a random order. Every time you look at him, he's a different age, basically.
Our chaplain friend, I've forgotten his name already, Father Longfellow, will look at him and pull out a golden necklace that has a sun on it, with an eye in the center, and holds it up and holds his like holy relic up towards him, and says, "Ah, the undying light is controlling this man."
Is the thoughts and prayers section of the sermon, Father?
I love that section.
This is certainly something I have never seen before, but I know that the undying light is here to guide us in its strange ways. Or perhaps this is the darkness taking control.
In any case, just get away from that spot. I think that's going to be the best thing to do here.
Turk's right. I did. Now I'm the one who's breaking the rules and adding mutations already.
Why don't we just carry on and get past the fucking boundary before we all start having panic attacks and crises of faith?
I suspect that everything we just did is what's on a not so easy card we could have drawn.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out. Do we want to wrap up this scene and move on so we can learn what not so easy is?
Yeah. As we all keep walking further into the zone.
The expedition is at the boundary. We have 2 scenes here. Do another boundary scene. Not so easy is a little bit special. You want as many as possible. There are more not so easies you get the more not so easies you get while alive, the more control you'll have when you finally play as the zone after death. You can trigger not so easies on yourself, find some way to put someone in a not so easy situation, such as throwing them into some kind of accordion time vortex. All of us kind of have this moment of trying to reconcile what we're experiencing with Lockhart. And the effect fades a little bit. At least its tempo fades. So maybe not every time, but periodically. A few years here, one way or the other. Dusting ourselves off, we continue down the road that's now wide open, heading toward something. That's probably the feeling that's most uncomfortable. There's no signs, there's no real path. There's just this sense of something this way. So we continue to make our way that direction. As we do, things around us start to have that accordion folding. The wind will blow, and as the trees around begin to sway, they stutter. A frog jumps across the path 15 times in a row. But it's the bird songs that are most disturbing. They are staticky and wrong and overlapping. And instead of pleasant morning songbirds, it's this grating cacophony of racket. And there's something not right about the birds. The sound keeps increasing.
So right now it's just the sound that we hear, right?
Yep. But it could be worse than that if you wanted it to be proper.
But it's not an obstacle right now, as far as I can tell.
That's true.
So what
It could be, though.
Exactly. What Longfellow will do is he will hold his hands over his ears and start mumbling some prayers into the world to attempt to calm the birds.
That's not so easy.
What? Shocking! What?
Hit the card, hit the card. I did.
Alright, click here to draw the card. Yes, and the zone mutates you in a small but noticeable way. So, as the good father begins praying and lifting that same symbol he pulled out from underneath his frock when Lockhart had his issue.
So do you do this, or do
This
I
should
do
be-
this?
Says I do. It says-
The person who's doing the not so easy action should pull a card, but because you clicked it, you have it.
Oh, so I clicked
Oops.
it and it gave it to me instead of letting Heck click. Okay, because it said not so easy for last HP at the top of mine.
Because you clicked it.
Yes.
And it said the player who has the not so easy action, click this.
So
Sorry, Sir Heck, go ahead.
you're going to get a point for this by accident. So perhaps your character gets mutated instead. Do you want to do it, HP?
There is self-sacrificing, so
Oh, I'm not jumping between the thoughts and prayers and the birds. That seems like a bad idea.
Well,
Okay, so when just above table, trying to understand the rules a little bit. So when someone says it's not so easy, then the person they're saying it to clicks on everything.
yeah.
Yes.
And you can call yourself out if you want.
Got it. Okay. So to go back into the buttons that I pushed. So as you start praying, yes, the birds do get quiet, but I start chirping with them.
oh no. The
And
stream can see this,
periodically-
and you can see this too if you open the cheat sheet. When you make a mutation, you can combine a body part or emotion with one or two animal, plant, or material elements to inspire a mutation. You don't have to use this, but they have a great list of
Oh,
things you can look at while you are considering this. Though I do thoroughly enjoy your mutation.
There we go. So I periodically tweet now.
It's
Everything
fine.
okay, Mr. Stein?
I think so. I don't.
You're starting to sound like some of my ornithology colleagues.
Yeah. Great. Remind me again when I didn't bring headphones.
Oh, this is weird, right? It is.
Real weird.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Did you expect it not to be weird? Is that something you...
considering we're seeing Mr. Lockhart rapidly age, I think bird tweeting is probably the least of your worries right now, Mr. Stein. We're not far off from the town. I suggest that we hurry with haste.
It's the best way to hurry, I guess.
You're gonna re-shoulder his bag and keep heading off to hopefully get away from, Birdie Boy,
I'm glad it was HP that took that one because I cannot whistle like that.
Okay, you can find Steven Stein on Twitter.
Yeah, Steven Stein
I
tweeting daily.
commit to the bit, make one.
So with that, the scene ends.
Oh Lord, it's my turn now. HP, actually, because you were the director last, I believe you. Well, actually, it said that you should describe how we make it into the zone, but that's sort of part of the setup for the next director.
So technically, it was 3 scenes in the boundary. So I set up the boundary, and then everybody describes what's happening while we're going through the boundary. So this next scene moves us to the apartments, which you are now describing how we're going from the boundary to the apartments.
Oh, there are words on those other cards.
You are now in the zone. The next few scenes will be about exploring the zone, developing your characters, and most importantly, being very irresponsible. Remember, you will need not-so-easy cards for the endgame. Have your characters do plenty of things that make it necessary to say not-so-easy mutations. Oh, wait. I definitely read that wrong, but that's fine. So, the expedition has arrived at the apartments, seemingly out of nowhere in a... what is the like dead wasteland in Russia that was hit by the
Siberia?
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl. Kind of like Chernobyl, you walk amongst the woods and suddenly you're in an abandoned apartment complex. Let's see which one do I want to be. Oh, I do love some of these though. Actually, you know what? I'll make an adjustment to this. Looking at these, we as we are walking through the trees, as if we walked through a door that wasn't there, we were suddenly inside the apartments. A concrete tower block, cramped apartments in various states of disrepair. Some are blasted open, others are locked and sound occupied. So these are... we are suddenly inside the stone walls of the apartment hallway. We never entered the apartment itself in some way, but we are now there inside. And we look to our right and see through an open door a completely trashed apartment, but we can see the forest of the zone and the gray, eerie light that I think Heck described. And there isn't a door behind us. There is hallways in both directions. Let's get a scene prompt. Oh Lord. Encounter scene. A beast poses a terrible threat to the expedition. What makes the beast such a threat, and why do you have to confront it? And so I think what I'll do is I'm going to use the take stock to describe what we experience of the beast before we get to actually playing through that scene. So why don't we do it in overlay order? HP, why don't you describe something that you, sensory detail?
Well, it does say starting with you, so I think you should kick off our beast.
Oh, okay. Great. You hear, I will say that Turk's character hears it first, but all of us eventually pick up on it again. Another weird buzzing, grinding sound, but this time it sounds more like the snarl of a beast.
Down the hallway to our left, the lights in the distance start to flicker. And as they flicker and go out and come back on, there is this shadowy figure that occupies the hall. It gets closer with every flicker of the fluorescent lights.
Okay. As it gets closer, it almost merges, a kind of a spider climbing with one of the walls, and sounds like the pattering of multiple feet, not just two, more than that. And with each flicker, it seems to go to the ceiling, to another wall, back to the floor. And with some of the various doors that are open to different apartments, some of the walls in between them are completely blasted, so you can see right through it. And you try to follow the figure with the sound, but at one point, seeing through that hole in the wall, you don't see the figure where the sound should have been.
Is the figure ahead of or behind the sound?
It's behind it.
Gotcha. Turk?
As everyone is locked onto this encroaching creature that sounds of buzzes and grinding and growling and prowls with hundreds and potentially thousands of legs through the darkness and the light, there is another sound of quick footfalls as everyone else stands in silence, and Lockhart is hearing it first and not wanting to be any part of this, is halfway down the hall. But that is when the smell hits the rest of you. If you've ever been behind a food store, specifically anywhere where they keep their rotting meat and things that have gone bad, they're just, they're wrong and shaped wrong or bruised or something, so they can't sell them, so they throw them out the back and let them rot. It's not just the smell of bad food, but the smell of rot itself that hits you first, and seems almost nonsensically to match the grinding sound. Like as it hits your nose, that same kind of vibration of the ear also hits your nostrils. Like the sound, like, oh gosh, of course forgetting the term where you can smell sounds.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia of violence and threat hits you.
And I'll add that as Lockhart starts running away from this figure that's ahead of them on the left, as he starts running down the hallway, he's hit with a feeling that anyone else that starts to follow after him to get away from this thing also begins to feel that heading down this opposite hallway, while there is a primal fear of the beast in front of you, retreating back gives you a feeling. It's hard to describe, but it just feels like proceeding down this hallway away from the beast might threaten your very existence, as if your very soul will be wiped out. And part of your mind thinks that the only way to proceed is to pass the beast.
I'll say, if we were to go into Lockhart's head, he assumes that's a psychic predator mechanism. And for the moment, we'll keep running as fast as he can, leaving the group behind, not giving them a moment to even come up with the plan of attack through the rest of the rooms.
I think Lockhart will find that not so easy to retreat.
Gasp! Gasp! So I'm doing the not so easy thing of running the fuck away from everyone else. So I'll draw this card here. Yes, but zone mutates you in a way. Ooh, that can be hidden from others. Excellent. So Lockhart is running so very far away, and he dodges to the left through an open door, heading through darkness and then rooms of darkness and light, and darkness and light, they're blasted walls, and kind of sneaking through, and we kind of can follow as he's moving through apartments that don't seem to make sense, just far too long hallways and things he's certainly seen before. Goes by the same painting probably 3 times, the camera holding on the painting and watching as Lockhart passes each time. And he manages finally to break outside. He gets to what he assumes is a door and kind of puts a hand on the wall, and he's breathing heavily and heavily and heavily, and he kind of realizes, like, as he's exhaling, it's not just the familiar puff of smoke from his lungs of heavy breathing in the early cold morning air. He is literally exhaling slight amounts of darkness that are as if the room themselves that he inhaled, the darkness he passed through entered his lungs as he breathed heavily to run by, and it's now within him, and he puffs it out. And he kind of just absentmindly pulls of course, like a scarf or like a mask over his face, not like a gas mask specifically, more like one of those running masks where they're thin, and looks back. Oh, like a balaclava, like a half balaclava, and looks back and kind of gives the space to the house. And I think that would be a good time to flashback to what everyone else is doing.
So the rest of us get to describe what we're doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as Lockhart begins to run, Agent Lumbergh, still holding onto this briefcase in his left hand, will reach into his jacket pocket with his right, pulling out a 10 millimeter, and he's going to take a couple of shots down the hallway at the beast, which he will find
not
so easy. No, but your failure has unexpected positive consequences. So Lumbergh fires down the hallway. He takes about 3 shots trying to shoot at where he thinks this shadowy figure is. While no bullets seem to hit, there's no sound of hitting, the creature lets out a snarl, and the flickering lights seem to go back to being normal for now.
Okay. As the director, I get to ask questions.
Yes.
What are you going to do now that you have a bit of an advantage on this creature?
I guess now that the creature is gone, am I seeing down the hallway now that it's not flickering and altering? Do I see like an exit sign or anything that would indicate the way out of the apartments?
You're not going to like this. Do you see an exit sign? This is collaborative storytelling. You
Sure.
tell me. I
So-
get to guide the thing, but I'm not going to tell you what the world looks like. You should feel free to take that responsibility on.
Yeah.
for
So now that
yourselves.
the hallway appears normal, there's going to be. He sees an exit sign at the very end that looks like it's a door out, either to a fire escape or out of the building. He'll turn back to the others and say, quickly, while we have a moment, and begins to proceed down the hallway.
I'm going to use the move Something's Not Right. As you move towards the end of the hallway, the exit sign gets further and further away the further you run towards it.
It's worse than that. The initial sounds of the creature that we established before, the shittering and terrible smell, have multiplied behind you.
Ooh.
It's even worse than that. Lockhart is now closer to us than when he ran down the hall the other way.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to remember, and then the player says something right, incorporate extra. So now I have to incorporate that into the storytelling. As you run further and further, the sign seems to get further and further away, and as you try to, as you notice this, we'll say that the one of the creatures gets you on the leg.
All right. So that sounds like that's not so easy for me to get out of being grabbed.
Well, what are you going to do to attempt to not get grabbed?
Someone else could also try something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, Dr. Quirm is going to take this very high-powered pen light that she has in part of her kit and try to shine light into wherever looks like the eye of this thing to blind it and perhaps give Sam the time to like kick himself free.
Okay, since that's an action, I'm going to say that Sir Heck, please take it not so easy.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
go for it. Not so easy. Wait. I
Bottom
have to
right.
come over here. Not on the board. Ooh.
Yes.
All
So
right.
you press the yellow button that says
Yep.
to draw.
All right. No. Okay. Great. No, and the zone mutates both you and your obstacle, escalating the conflict. So that's really interesting that both myself and the beast are going to be mutated. So as she tries to shine light into whatever looks like the eye of this beast, the light reflects off of the retina to shine directly back at her, and now there's this very strange, like translucent quality to her left eye, and you can tell like kind of shakes her head and can't seem to see very well out of that eye anymore. Looking back at the beast, it seems to have had the same mutation but across like 6 or so of its eyes.
So you're saying that both you and the creature have been affected by this light, but
And it's causing the beast itself to thrash around more wildly.
gotcha. You can resolve that card then. I feel like I haven't heard from HP in a bit. What is your character doing?
Well, so Stephen would have tried to run down the hall and not been able to get past the feeling that Lockhart so easily dismissed and just kind of stopped. And as the sounds come from that direction, I come wheeling backwards, stumbling into the rest of you and knock into to Sam and Dr. Quirm while this creature is getting, the two of them rather are getting their eyes checked. And we all kind of land in a pile at the the floor for a moment. I'd scramble up and look around, and not knowing what else to do, I grab a random apartment door nearby, throw it open, and say, "This way," and run through.
Something's not right, though.
What's not right, Turk?
That's not right.
This apartment is perfectly furnished. It looks like someone's been living here. In fact, you can look outside and not recognize the zone at all. But you do recognize the crack behind you and the continued cracks that seem to be growing all along the walls.
It's worse than that. You can hear from further into the apartment, someone is there with you.
Help! Help! Hey! Hey! There's something out here! The sounds from deeper in are suddenly going to get louder. The door opens up, and it's a couple fighting in the back room of the apartment. Not physically, yelling at each other. Hey! There's something! There's something over here! I'll run back through the back of the hallway to try and get their attention, trying to get some help. And as I look into that bedroom door, there's this couple are just yelling in each other's faces, and they start flickering. And each of them start looking like these creatures that are chasing us. And Steve will just freeze, turn around, and try and run back for the door to get back into the mess we were in.
Fleeing is not so easy.
Shocking.
I suspected. No go. The zone mutates you, granting a gift that may be helpful in the future.
Ooh.
So no,
I
you
turn
don't
around.
escape.
I turn around, but I don't escape. So I turn around to try running, and the lights start flickering. And I start bouncing in the light the way those creatures do. But instead of getting closer to the door, I find myself stuck in the doorway. Probably at least for an uncomfortable few moments of panic as the fighting couple finish becoming beasts and look my way. At that point, I get to break away and
What?
blink back.
HP, what does the mutation itself look like on you?
So if you look at me closely, you can see like bits of my hair are bouncing back and forth a little bit. And every time, and periodically when lights flicker, I rapidly change position.
Interesting. I'm thinking that we can end this scene once we've dealt with whatever these creatures are. I
come flying out of the door into a third or second pile.
I'm gonna say that since Steve is now kind of in the zone with the beast as far as the flickering goes. As he comes out, we see basically what looks like him doing the same flickering with the beast. And perhaps, seeing that he basically seems to run down the hallway unabated by the beast in the hallway. And perhaps even then, the creatures start to seem to lose interest in us and start going after him.
Here's what I'll do. I'm going to. Sorry, the whistling is too much.
Panic whistling.
Someone tweet that. That's the tweet. Panic whistling. Hubert is going to draw from one of his pockets a candle and a set of matches, and shakily try to light the candle. And he'll use the candle to try to expel the demons of darkness as he sees them. Now, get out of here, beasts! And he'll start blessing himself and fumbling in his pocket for some holy water as well.
I'm gonna
Which coincidentally corresponded with me running down the hallway and them losing interest in all of you and chasing after me.
I'm gonna say though, as Hubert begins to pray, something's not right.
Great. What's not right?
As you begin to pray, and the creatures start to follow after Steve, the room itself begins to warp like the beast.
It's worse than that. It's not just, various aspect of the beast itself. It specifically seems like the mouth of the beast. Almost, you can feel the air become warmer and cooler, almost as if it's breathing on all of us.
Now, as everyone feels like the mouth of the beast, the room begins to turn sideways. Everything in the hallway begins to turn, and everyone feels gravity start to slide them down, almost like sliding down a chute.
It's Inception.
And at the end of the hallway, where there was the exit door, it begins to transform into the mouth of a beast. Trying to give a segue into.
I like this. Yes, I like this a lot. Who's going to try to not fall into the mouth of the beast?
I feel like
Steven is
everybody.
oblivious and jumps straight into it.
Never mind.
What does Steven do?
Running and
Oh,
flickering
sorry.
down the hall.
Sorry, I was thinking of Isaac. There we go. What does Isaac do?
Oh,
I was
Isaac's
looking at
outside.
Turk, being like, "Why aren't you saying things?"
Well, Isaac's outside, so
Oh, okay.
I'm ready to jump in if you need me. But as far as I'm concerned, Isaac's going to be the smarky one that is totally fine after this initial experience.
I mean, to be fair, it did say he did succeed from running away from the beast. So
that's true.
I'm clean.
Caroline, what'd you do?
I mean, it's not very easy, but she's gonna try to get out of the mouth of this and be outside. So
I just realized that
I'm
I
calling
haven't.
it on myself. So
yeah,
we're gonna see what happens.
I'm gonna kind of hurl myself into one of the doorways and try to prevent me from falling into the maw of the beast.
Yeah, I feel like anything I try to do is not gonna be too easy to get out. So we're just gonna see what happens.
What's the not so easy? Who's the not so easy for?
Hex pulling.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm pulling.
I'm
it
gonna
on
assume
myself.
between.
Oh, I
you-
see. But you
you, me,
saying
and
the
Hex.
I assume that nothing is not so easy
Yeah.
was
It's
you being like, hey, by the way, I'm
by
doing
the
this
way,
thing.
yeah, it's like I'm gonna try to climb out of the mouth of this thing, but I don't think it's gonna work.
Well,
And
it
doesn't.
didn't.
No, cool. So you
falling with
keep giving me
Steve.
another unexpected. But yeah, I'm falling in like right next to Steve with just like this kind of shocked expression of like, we definitely need to get out of here. And yeah, she like moves to like get up or at least stand up and like puts her hand like directly in some of the saliva of this beast, and it's acidic. She starts to get acid burns along her hand and forearm that start to like it stops burning after a bit, but it just leaves this weird greenish tinge on the skin. It doesn't look great.
What is the unexpected ability that gives you?
The unexpected ability is, let's say another one of these smaller beasts tries to go out at her, and she reflexively puts her hand in defense in front of her, and actually ends up burning that beast back, and it retreats and skitters away injured.
Ooh, very nice. Once you're done, I'm also going to not so easily hang on to this door frame.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull after you. So
Yep.
Cool. Oh Lord, yes, I do hang on to the door frame, and but if you want this done, someone more suited to the task must do it. Help is needed from the other characters or from a local.
Sam said he was right there, and he was.
Sam? Oh, sorry. Yep. We'll get into your character names eventually. Sam, what is it that you're doing right now?
Well, so the thing was holding me when the room rotated.
Mm-hmm.
So Sam's also trying to basically grab onto a doorway to prevent going into this beast, but I'm saying it's not so easy because this thing still has a hold of him.
Okay.
But Father Longfellow needs help.
Yes. So I have to explain how this comes to pass. So if you don't mind,
Yep.
you launch for a doorway, and I launch a second too late. But thankfully, I grab onto whatever I can, and it happens to be one of the multitudinous legs of the creature that's biting onto you. And with a spring of adrenaline, I will start climbing the creature to get to you. And we'll leave it there for your not so easy if you want to help me.
We'll see if I can.
Let's see what happens. And if you get a no, feel free to... I'll say, feel free to send my character into his demise as well.
That's okay. All right, so no, the zone mutates you in a way that triggers someone else's obsession. If no one else is left, it triggers yours. Just so I know, what is your character's obsession proper?
My obsession is... hold on. Can you resolve this and we'll talk about that? Oh,
okay. No.
Okay. My obsession is... It's annoying that I can't open this while that's open. My obsession is prove science wrong. If only they could see the divine plans as you do. So it'll trigger that almost, I guess, a godly way that proves the undying light is
that's what
real.
I'm going to go into. So basically, there's Sam. He's got his gun in one hand, holding onto this doorway, hand holding onto the briefcase in the other. This beast is holding onto his legs, as Hubert is basically climbing up on top, trying to grab onto both, get over the beast to grab onto Sam. As Sam is holding there, he looks up, and basically now that the hallway has basically inverted into a full shaft, like a full drop, rather than the slide.
Mm-hmm.
As he's holding on there, he looks up and he basically sees a figure step onto the door frame. The figure is dressed much like him, wearing the same kind of like agency suit and glasses. But as Hubert and Sam look up, this creature basically has facial features that more resembles a demon. It has horns sticking out of its jaw, long horns that stick up and curve back, and eyes that, even though it's wearing like the Men in Black sunglasses, even behind them, you can still see the burning gaze of this demon looking down at both of them.
Hubert will definitely call out, "The demons of the darkness are true!"
The demon will just offer the wickedest of smiles before slamming its foot onto Sam's hand, causing him to drop his gun as his hand kicks back, and they both fall into the jaw of this beast. Okay,
I'm going to end this scene with us all falling into this. Except for our friend Isaac, who is somewhere else. And I'm going to end the scene there. Because the next... So, Turk, actually, it's you. You get to describe how we got from the last scene to this scene.
Perfect. And why don't we do another scene in the apartments?
Love it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how fitting.
No, because I have something...
Actually, I just realized it's 9:45. Do we want to take a break before we start this scene and you can think about it?
I mean... I'm fine, but I think I can follow on really quickly.
Cool. Why don't we finish this scene and then we'll take a quick break for all of us.
Sounds good to me. Okay, everyone plunges into the bellows of this beast, and for a moment they are surrounded by the caustic saliva and teeth and muscle and bone. And honestly, if you've ever fallen down a deep tunnel with no bottom in sight, you know this feeling of weightlessness, and yet the wind rushes past you. And suddenly, as the screams are escaping your mouth, you find your feet treading heavily, and all of them pour out the door that Isaac is pressed up against the wall next to, breathing heavily, and he jumps back onto the ground as all of you now stand outside this tall concrete tower just beyond the woods at the edge of town, or what's left of it. Isaac looks at all it. Fucking God, you guys took your sweet fucking time getting out of there. Mask covering his face.
As Stephen is wiping this goo from his face. Were you holding the door shut?
Shut. Fuck off. No. I was getting ready to
you
get
were holding the door shut.
Look, you're gonna tell me you wouldn't have done the same fucking thing?
We literally didn't do the same fucking thing.
Well, that's why some of us are more successful than others. Isn't that right, Mr. Steine? Well, look,
Yes.
You're all here. It's fine.
Just to add from my last card, because I think I was supposed to have a mutation as well.
Oh, yes.
Sam's looking at his hand now because it's basically felt like he burned himself. And on the back of his right hand, where the devil stepped onto it, is now a demonic symbol burned into his hand.
Father Longfellow is going to look down at that symbol and raise it up into the air and just say, "No, the dark beings, they have come for us. Why do they want me? Why do they seek my soul?"
Lumbergh pulls his hand out of your hand as you lift it up and is like, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Look, we don't have much time. We need to keep moving."
What do you mean, your soul? It's his hand.
It looked at me. It has marked him for death. It is coming for all of us in its own way.
Good. Yeah, it could get a fucking appointment then. All right. I don't know where the hell we're supposed to go, but I'm not going back in there. Unless...
The epicenter that I mentioned, it should be further into the town. If we continue down this way, we should be able to find it.
You still have your gun, right?
No, I dropped it.
Fucking hell, man. Well, we gotta go back in and get it.
We're not going back in to get anything.
Why not? Because we need a fucking gun.
The gun fell with me, so if it's not here, it's not worth going back. It's not there.
Hell,
You missed a
door.
lot of what happened in there. We're not
I
going
saw
back in
enough, okay?
You saw
I'm
enough.
sure-
You saw a fifth of it.
Spore
Before you
mutational strands
took off.
create a hallucinatory effect.
no,
not
no,
to code
look.
building.
Dr. Quirm is burnt. His arm's cut. Maybe we can find some help over there. A point in the distance at our rickety hospital over the horizon.
Look, the further we go in here, the more dangerous it's gonna be. Just let me go back in and get the fucking gun, so maybe we can shoot something instead of being out here like fucking cavemen, all right? There's a reason we invented the gun, so when something goes roar at us, we go pew pew pewy. Which I'm assuming is the reason any of you are still alive.
Surprisingly, no. But you know what? If you think that you can face off against this thing when the rest of us couldn't, go ahead and try it.
The secret
Why does it sound like a better and better idea to send him back in? Do you know how many
As-
problems that solves?
As pleasurable as the thought is of Mr. Lockhart going back in for his own personal reasons, we need to stick together.
I'm being very selfless right now, actually. I'm making sure we're protected. Everything I do is for the good of the group, believe me.
I will bend down and pick up a rusted pipe that broke off the side of the apartments or was abandoned nearby. Maybe it was the handrail of the stoop, and I'll hand it to you and say, "Here you go. You can frontline next time."
I'll take that and kind of look it over. Fucking barbarian. This is real fucking indicative of a lot of other problems developing in your mind right now. I'm sure the good doctor who specializes in microbiology, may I remind you, because you clearly forgot that, would be such a perfect match for you.
Just don't get tinnitus.
Oh,
Tetanus, damn it.
So close.
mhm.
So
Hey,
close,
I mean,
HP.
you should be.
The tinnitus is for the gun.
The tinnitus
you
is
should-
from all the buzzing in our ears that you didn't get because you left.
Sounds like one of us was smarter than the other.
Hey, look on the bright side. At least that pipe looks at least the same size as the golf club. You should be able to handle that.
I should. I have a very good handicap. It's called having to carry the rest of you through this entire zone.
Well, let's make our way to the hospital. We're wasting time.
Fine. All right. If I'm to be the expert leader who will gather meat, I have big bonk stick because we're clearly going off fucking caveman rules here, right? Then I'll fucking lead the way. Next stop, hospital, because someone can't have any fucking trigger discipline. God, they think you teach us something in your fucking offices, but I guess you're just good for paper pushing, aren't you?
Gentlemen, the ways of the beast have gotten into your souls. I can see them working the anger right now. Please, give in to the light and please forgive each other for the darkness that is growing in all of us now.
Bold
Father-
assumption to think he has a soul.
Every being has a soul, whether it's been tainted or not.
Kind of like adjust the kind of mask pulled up, and like the dark smog will kind of peep out occasionally. Look, what was it? Don't remind me. Actually, better yet, don't even fucking tell me. Why don't you go and try some of that silent contemplation bullshit rather than proselytizing before you attract something else to us? Okay? I don't know what you're doing with your whole light and dark motif bullshit. Frankly, it reeks of the duotheism that went out of style like 5 million years ago or so, but why don't I bring us to a place of modern medicine so the doctor here might actually be useful? Sound good for everybody? Team break?
We're still waiting for you to actually walk instead of talk, and I have a feeling we're going to be waiting a long time for that.
It's actually a fairly good one. Maybe you can put your next book, someone might actually read it. And he will turn and begin to go.
All right.
Director, I'm leaving it up to you if you want to end the scene.
I mean,
It's up
if
to you to
anyone
push
else
the
button.
does anyone else need to add anything on? I mean,
Sam's gonna let everyone go, and then at that point, he basically looks at his briefcase, makes sure that everything is okay, breathes a sigh of relief, and then follows up, taking up the rear of the team.
okay. And I think that's where we're gonna end the scene.
So next up is Copper, but we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will head back into the spooky game. We will see you all very shortly. This is TPK Roleplay, and tonight we are playing The Zone, a GM-less horror story game. Before we left, we had just finished in the apartments, and we are moving on to the hospital. Copper, why don't you take it away?
Okay, so just for a heads up, there are 2 scenes here.
Oh, good to know.
So
Oh no,
start with
we're currently in the apartments.
I thought we left.
Now you get to choose if you want to do one or the other.
Okay,
Now you
we're
can
gonna
pick.
move to the hospital.
There we go.
Another.
We did not need to be here all night.
I just
All
remind you that there has been 2 scenes here where you are currently. So now we can move on to the hospital.
Yeah. The expedition has arrived at the hospital. You decide what form it takes. Let me just read these real quick. So, the hospital itself It's actually more of a county hospital, so it's not the large metro one, but it is a small two-building hospital. There are vehicles here that indicate that there were government agencies here back when things were going down, but it is still a modern hospital. That once everyone moves inside, they notice that there's diagnosis machines, beeping things. It seems like power is still running here. But there's scattered all about is debris. It looks like this was a hot spot during the initial breakout of when the zone started to appear. People were probably being brought in here, being quarantined, checked on. However, it's now since abandoned. However, and we're going to go ahead and go to the scene prompt because I'll probably go into take its own strays because of an anomaly. Okay. So real quick, we're going to go ahead and take stock. So among hearing the beeping sounds of everything, as I said, everything looks like it's on and currently running. The thing that seems unsettling is it looks like people were here and then no longer were there. Like there wasn't a evacuation, nothing indicating an evacuation. It's like people were there working and then gone.
Rapture, not evacuation.
Something to that effect.
In fact,
Turk,
in fact, it still smells antiseptic. There's still that very sterile, almost sweet-smelled trifectant that still lingers in the air around a lot of this equipment.
Passing by one of the waiting rooms, the TV is nothing but static buzzing in the background.
Joining that sound, everyone's radio kept on them to communicate with team members purely within the immediate expedition begins to pick up, and a voice is not clearly heard, but you can hear the basic sounds of a human voice occasionally cutting through. A word can't clearly be defined. No language can be discerned, but there is a sound that is distinctly human that occasionally cuts through from the radios wherever the characters have placed them. Lockhart certainly had it attached on his backpack strap. So definitely.
I'm going to say that my character will notice it first, and others will slowly pick it up as well. It's a feeling that no one on Earth has ever properly felt, but it's obvious what it is right away. And it feels like death. It feels like you have a strong sense that there is death all around you.
Okay. Gross.
Just to make sure with the anomaly scene, am I setting up the anomaly or leaving that as a collaborative? All right.
You director each side.
All right. So the team goes in. Dr. Quirm manages to locate one of the storerooms with some of the medical supplies and begins to attempt to heal her arm. She does notice, I'll probably say, she does notice any attempts to try to heal a burning doesn't seem to work the normal way. Same thing when she tries to apply any kind of burn cream onto the burnt symbol on Lumbergh's hand. While they're taking a moment as a breather, they begin to hear that strange low humming sound that they heard the first time they entered. And as they begin to look around, they notice that one of the paths in the hospital leading deeper into the facility, it's not flickering lights, but it almost feels like there's some sort of small orb of light just hovering, floating. It it shines a little bit and changes colors from a dark orange to a light green, and then to a pale blue, and then begins to float down the hallway and around the corner. And then I'll leave it up to whoever's character wants to pursue it as to why that's irresistible.
Do you see it? The light. Oh, the undying light. It's finally come to bless us.
Oh, God, he's gotten the gobbledygook again.
Don't get close to that.
Someone tell me when he's done. I will be not listening.
Father Longfellow will definitely reach into his bag and pull out a leather-bound tome, and he will flip through it quickly and find what he was looking for, a description of the undying light, and reading it quickly between glancing up and back, he slowly finds himself drifting closer and closer to this spooky light. He will, as he finally looks up from the pages, he'll reach his hand out and say, "Thank you for your blessing."
I'm going to say, however, as you read through the book and reach out to the light, something's not right. As you reach out to the light, like I said, there's just this irresistible pull for Longfellow with the light. As he basically begins to reach out to the light, he feels himself almost being lifted off the ground, as if a hand is reaching out and holding his.
It's worse than that. Standing in the hallway and the various doorways leading into different patient rooms, anybody around that little sector of rooms notices as soon as the chaplain touches hands with whatever this light being is, one of the heart monitors starts to show an EKG, shows a heart rate that isn't connected to anything. The meter's on the bed. There shouldn't be anything there, but there is.
So as the EKG begins, it does the normal heartbeat as the team begins to watch Longfellow begin to almost levitate into the air. And as he begins to, his feet take off on the floor, the EKG begins to go beep, 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 beep. And it starts to flatline as for a lack of a better term, seems like he's being raptured.
Now, Longfellow is not going to resist this, so I'll leave it up to the rest of you if you try to bring him back. He cannot die before his fate card, though, so remember that.
Yeah, Steve would run out of the storeroom or glance up at that staticky TV, hear the heart monitor, run over and just grab onto to Father Longfellow's waist at this point, and just grab and go, this isn't right. This isn't right. No,
this isn't also not easy.
It's not so easy. Yeah.
There it is.
Yes, goal. The zone mutates you in a shocking way. It's the only reason you succeed. So I am pulling Father Longfellow away from this light being. And as I do, there is a kind of a hissing and burning sound. It doesn't hurt Father Longfellow in any way, but his hand starts to separate, and my staticky-ness comes back. And as it does, I'm pulling Longfellow with me, bouncing back and forth. And at some point, the bouncing stops, and I still have his waist, but instead of being in the middle of the hallway, we're in the middle of the waiting room. And when I let go, he falls, and when I look down, my fingers are still buzzing permanently. out of place.
I'm gonna jump in and say that, like, as you're both pulled down, in that moment, you kind of can both look up back towards the light to see it, and Isaac is there with a pipe, just gonna swing directly at it with a loud grunt of effort as he's kind of inched up behind you. And I'm gonna say it myself that it's not so easy for him.
What's your
Swing,
goal to a swing?
My goal is to beat the shit out of this floating orb.
Hit the laser pointer.
Sand. Oh no. Simply wouldn't understand. As the zone mutates you, granting you a powerful gift, the other simply wouldn't understand.
So is Lockhart going to be the final boss here? Is this
I came here to progress humanity, and I will drag you all willingly or unwillingly. But yeah, he goes and smacks the light, hitting it as if a pillow or a heavy object hitting with a light bulb rather than the ethereal form. It seems to connect, and it shatters. And for a moment, there is a wide flash that Lockhart is kind of consumed, and everyone else, like a flashbang that's gone off in the room, it's pure white and ringing in everyone's eyes. And Lockhart like snaps open, and he can see the hospital as it once was and as it could be, a research, an area where anything is possible. He turns around the corridor, and there are what, not necessarily humans, but beings of energy and light and existence, and any impurities with them that exist on their bodies, they're being brought into rooms and slowly having them removed. And and he blinks again, and he's back, though he looks towards the rest of the group, and they can barely see from their distance the irises, rather than being black, the center of his eye, rather than being the black center, irises have just gone completely white, like when you flash a light in a cat's eyes in the darkness, like a constant state of that, as he's able to perceive things as they can and were, as if blinking. How? He's gonna kind of look at you like, I saw it. It's gonna fucking work. It's gonna work. Oh my God, it's beautiful. And he drops the pipe to the ground.
Everything okay, Mr. Lockhart?
Everything is wonderful, you bootlicker. Oh, did you see that? Oh,
Hubert is going to, he's on the ground now that that Stephen has saved him. However, he is distraught because he thought he had finally found the undying light, and it was ripped away from him. And he's going to grab one of the chairs in the waiting room and hurl it at Isaac in anger.
I think it's going to hit him across the back, and he will like thud to the ground. And he's just gonna kind of like lie there, like wheezing out, and he's gonna kind of pull down the mask to get a better breath, and like breathe out and and like release the miasma of black fog from his lungs.
Sam's gonna go over to Hubert and give him a hard slap across the face after he throws that. It's like, you fool!
He took it from me. I had the light in my grasp.
It wasn't the light, you fool. Last thing we
Something
need
very
here is to
wrong.
attack each other.
Look at what he's doing now. I realize we all wanted to do that, but now's not the time. We have to fix this.
Fucking ants. You're all just fucking ants on the circuit board.
Doctor, can you check him and see if he's okay?
Yeah, I don't like what he's breathing out over there. Looks like he's breathing out ants.
Already picking himself up onto his knees and shoulders. And I will say at this moment, something's not right.
Oh boy.
Gosh, I have to do the thing. Because as we're all kind of gathering and Lockhart is regaining his breath as has been knocked out of him by Longfellow, the EKGs begin to pick up again, this time starting very slow, and from every room, slowly rather, beginning to increase and increase and increase and increase. And we can start to feel that in all of our hearts.
And it's worse than that. As the EKGs beep, beep, beep to our heartbeats, they begin to beat faster as the lights in the hospital begin to flicker once again.
You can see the undying light. It is anger that you have forsaken it.
We got what we needed. We need to get back out of here. We did the cream. We did what we could. This is not this. I'm gonna wrap my arms around Father Longfellow to try and restrain him a little bit. This is not okay. This is not gonna go well. We have got to leave now.
Father Longfellow is going to push past you and run down the hallway towards where the light once last was.
Except that's not so easy.
Shocking. Oh, no. And the zone mutates you in a way that triggers your obsession.
Oh, no. This is all your
Actually,
more triggering.
Actually, I have a great idea for this.
Even worse. Thanks.
He hurdles his way down the hallway, and the hallway seems to get darker and darker. Less and less of the lights in this end of the hallway are working, and so as he runs into the hallway, eventually the darkness the rest of the group sees, it like swallows him up completely, and he is lost in the darkness. And so I'll describe what the mutation looks like once he comes back out of the light.
Yeah. And actually, I think this might be a good time to end this scene and probably start the next scene.
I like that.
If people agree.
Okay.
So there's probably a couple scenes in here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And we don't need to be here all night, as we discussed. All right. So everyone sees Father Longfellow run into this darkness and get swallowed up. In the meantime, the lights are flickering. The EKGs are beating faster and faster as Isaac picks himself off, probably puts his mask back on, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And tries to regain himself a little bit, but now knowing the truth. We're going to end it there as the darkness surrounds the father. So, end scene.
It's me. Nice drinking tea. Okay.
So to be
My
clear
turn.
really quick, we want to do one scene at each card. So
We're
So
good.
the next would be the campfire, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Stop my turn. We're going to move to the campfire.
And you can describe how we all leave the hospital and come to the campfire.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, as well, actually, let me read the campfire card first. That's a good idea. Beyond this point is the most dangerous part of the zone. Soon characters will die, but for a few hours, you are safe. Go around and each share your theories about the nature of the zone. Now is also a good time for any unresolved character relationships. This may be your last chance. So, as the chaplain disappears into the darkness of this hall and the lights flicker, eventually all of the lights just go completely out, except for the luminescent glow-in-the-dark exit sign. Each of us kind of instinctively move towards it, and you don't remember there ever being a light to the outside or even exiting the building. But eventually, your footsteps begin to echo more, as if in some type of cave system. You continue walking down, and there start to be little sprouts of different bioluminescent things, algae, fungi maybe, you're not sure. But as you continue going down, these little sprouts eventually become more and more prevalent, giving more and more light to this cave, seeing the various stalactites and stalagmites hanging down. Then you eventually see everybody else in various states of shock and or anger, depending on how everyone is feeling.
So,
And
is there an
that's where we
actual
all find each
campfire
other.
here?
I will say, yes, there's one already lit in the middle of a small alcove. No one's sitting at it, though.
I think then I'll say what my mutation is. You can, as the rest of you join him, you find the chaplain on the other side of the fire, and because he is well lit, you can see it now. He has one horn that has erupted not from the top of his head, but in the middle of his face and curls up into the air. But beyond that, his limbs seem to be completely shadow at this point. They're no longer physical. They have this ethereal blackness to them, as he has kind of been absorbed into the darkness.
Oh, Father Longfellow?
Oh, Lord. Oh, undying light. Why? What is this?
You're full of impurities. They'll fix that in the future. But you have to suffer for the moment. And Isaac is gonna sit down on the wall, and I'll say probably at this point, the mixture of him exhaling darkness and his eyes now fully going white and kind of beginning to like crack. A lot of the areas where your skin is thinnest, your fingers and any looser bits of skin have begun to kind of not necessarily glow, but they do have a certain ethereal luminous quality. So while the chaplain is growing darker, it seems the opposite's happening to Isaac. Well, that was something, wasn't it?
This has
Not
all
even-
been something.
Not even sure where we're at anymore. I suppose the only way is to go forward, but we should probably take a moment to rest.
Suppose.
Sam will take a seat near the fire. Briefcase basically kind of sitting in his lap at this point, resting his hands on it as he looks at the fire and just collects his thoughts.
Secrets now at this point? Really? Is that what you're going to do to us?
What do you mean?
What's in the briefcase? Open it.
Sorry, but that's not for you to know.
Blinks at you a few times. Suppose it isn't. But if this is what I think it is, looking around, your secrets will come out soon enough.
I suppose all our secrets will come out by the end. Just know that this briefcase is very important.
I got you. Yes, very important. I see. Well. Mr. Lumbergh, I specialize in knowing what people want. In fact, I have stated at several TED Talks, you might have noted them. If you have any kids that go to school, they often pop up in their motivational YouTube videos, that kind of thing. That's my primary line of business. So I might not know what's in the briefcase, but I know what you're trying to do. And I have to personally say I don't know if what you're doing is right, and I would like to convince you to do otherwise.
I think you'll find what I'm doing is for the best.
Is it more coddling? More sitting around making sure the weak aren't eaten by the strong? Where's that gotten any creature in the evolutionary period of history?
What about you, Mr. Lockhart? You seem to have some sort of epiphany of late.
Oh, yes. But it wasn't really an epiphany. It's just a confirmation for what I'd always known.
And may I ask what that is?
You're free to. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, what is it, what you already know?
There you go. See? I love it when people use silly phrases like that. So human. This place is the testing ground. The forge, if you will. This is where we are finally going to wipe away all the crap that's been holding us back. This is where it begins. That beautiful next step. And I'm not talking about the religious shit, like Father Long Crazy over here. Oh, sorry, Father Longhorn? Okay, cannot remember your name. Doesn't truly matter to me. Or, hell, even Mr. Steine here, who's probably looking for some new inspiration. This is the fucking gauntlet. This is what's going to make us into the apex of everything. All right? No more, participation trophies. No more feeling bad because you gave it, but don't feel bad because you gave it all you could, champ. Get them next time. There is now or fucking never, as it was supposed to be, as it always should be and always will be. And
what do you think, Doctor? Do you agree with him that this is going to be our next step in evolution?
Could be, but I only have one question. You say that this is about scraping bullshit from each of us. What is going to be scraped from you, may I ask, Mr. Lockhart?
bullshit.
Give me 1 ounce, just 1 ounce of introspection.
1 ounce of introspection. Got you. Okay. Well, simply put, I am going to succeed, and the rest of you are going to sputter out and fail. Like a Model T going up against a Formula One car. They're all theoretically the same, but once you look inside, they're different creatures. You want to talk about the origin of mankind being here? Maybe, in a way, I might agree with you. But the fact is, this is the origin of a new mankind, a better mankind.
There is nothing better about this land. We are in the domain of the dark being. Oh no. The ministry. They told me this is where I would find the light. But I'm beginning to believe that we are purely in the dark. There is no escape from it. And it shall consume us one after another.
I think you are.
Steve will lean forward and look at his fingers as they're just in this constant state of buzzing. It is all backwards. It's all backwards. I mean, the assholes coming out ahead, the pious true believers being eaten alive. That's the truth. That's the truth we have to deal with. It's not the light overcoming darkness, it's the darkness always there. The light just puts it aside for a moment till the darkness swallows it, and
even if the lights can't help, even if the lights can't help us now, it will be good to know that I was correct, that the light does exist, and that the darkness should be defeated. No, Mr. Lockhart, this is not an embodiment of mankind. It is the darkest of all of us.
The light's, it's temporary. It's not going to win in the end. It can't win in the end. That can't win in the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. I zoned out for a moment. The proselytizing does that to me. You're pointing at me with those grubby little human fingers, aren't they?
Burn out. You have to burn out. Everyone burns out.
You know, that's what they told me in business school.
Everything burns out.
If it's any comfort, part of me believes that all of you are correct in some way. But the only way to know the truth is to reach the epicenter.
Exactly. Evolution never happens until there's the environmental pressure. It's not going to happen here. It can only move forward.
So you are on my side, Doctor. See, I knew
No.
there was something functioning in that head of yours. Evolution. You get it. It has to keep moving forward.
Yes, but it does not select for one. In very few cases does it ever select for one.
I'm just saying we're heading towards a bit of a environmental bottleneck here, it seems, and
Very cute, trying to use those 9th grade biology terms. I appreciate the effort, but
well, maybe when this is done, you'll have a bit more appreciation for my wisdom. But in the meantime, I have another question for everyone, if that's okay. In fact, I don't care if it's okay. I'm going to ask it anyway. Because at the center of this, there's all that voodoo mysticism bullshit about wishes and wanting things and getting what you want as if there's some kind of fucking ultimate power at the end of this. So tell me, Doc, what are you going to wish for? Better medical degree?
well, it's not a medical degree, first of all.
Get more money if it
But,
was. That explains a lot.
You know, for someone who says they are, trying to do things for the betterment of humanity, I like Mr. Steine's line of walking the walk versus talking the talk. You see, what I am trying to go to this epicenter for is inspiration on this last thesis, on the common ancestor of all living things. If we can find that and trace the genetics back, there's so much we can do for all people, for all beings, not even humans on the planet. Just need that inspiration for my thesis.
Really? We're going to save the fucking fish and the birds now?
I mean, if you care about continuing to live on this planet, yeah, you kind of do have to care a little bit about what all the other things are doing.
Earth's all well and good. All right. And I'm
Let me
sure your
guess.
ecology degree is doing great, but I'm concerned with the longevity of mankind, humans.
You don't believe in climate change, do you?
Of course I do. You'd be an idiot not to believe in that. I'm simply saying that maybe
There's a way to make
humanity's
a buck off of it.
maybe what we should be doing, instead of diverting resources into carbon neutrality and all these things to try to coexist with the earth, is accepting our role as conquerors, as a dominating species, taking the world for what it's worth and getting the fuck out of here. I'm saying we've seen ourselves too long as a Terran species, bound to the earth. That's simply not what we are. We're better. And when this is all done, we'll be so much better. In fact, we might even be able to continue to live on this planet. You know, once it's formed us correctly.
And so what will you be getting from the Dark Beast to the center of the zone?
confirmation for everything I already thought.
But
That it's the start. That it will continue to grow. That this fucking bureaucrat's gonna fail.
And so, will you be its ruler?
Sole rulership is a pathway to nepotism and failure. You do everything by the rules of the jungle. The strong will get on top. And if everyone is equally strong, then everyone will equally rule.
Do you believe that you are the strong, Mr. Lockhart?
I think if I live, I'll prove it. I don't need to know.
Then we should continue. We cannot wait here. The beasts of the dark are all around us now.
Lumbergh looks at his watch, says, I agree. We need to get moving.
That thing still work?
Well, works as much as well as it does. At the very least, this should tell us what the actual time is. Or maybe it tells me what time I think it is. Who knows?
Fair enough. With that, is there anything anyone else wants to add?
Surprised everyone's wish isn't just for Lockhart to die.
There's just a whisper from Steven.
That's not a wish, that's a guarantee.
There's just this whisper from Steven as the scene starts to fade. I just want to matter.
Oh. You matter to me.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna end the scene.
The expedition is at the campfire. Start the turn. You are now entering the much more dangerous part of the zone. Characters will start to meet their fate and become one with the zone. Great time to take a few minutes to stretch. We already did that.
We're ahead of the game.
We didn't drag anything along.
Oh, the toilet emoji. That's so cute. I love
We
that.
are going to move into the swamp.
Oh no.
All right. The chaplain, Hubert Longfellow, is going to die in the swamp.
It cannot be stopped by not so easily cards, only by another player asking to claim their fate. After death, Proper gets to continue playing, unless someone at this moment claims Proper's fate for themselves. But if Proper accepts fate first, then it is over.
I mean, I don't want to, but
I mean, I feel like of all the people, he's probably in a good place to die.
yeah, I think before his oh, my whole screen turns
this-
red.
no,
yeah,
it's-
it's so
yeah,
red.
everything's
Oh
turned
my
red.
god.
That is great.
I love this so much.
I am the director.
Nope. I'm still the
Oh,
director.
No, I'm the director because I'm dying, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You get a
You get to direct your death scene.
You search the director.
I get to choose what the swamp looks like. A bubbling mineral bog, a suffocating bayou, or a long salt-tolerant grasses.
strange lights glowing through sulfurous smoke.
It's a good thing we came into a cave and we're going out to the swamp.
Yeah.
I hear banjos.
No, run.
I'm gonna pick the suffocating bayou, throbbing with buzzing things, a dense network of mangroves hug brackish water with mangled roots. We stumble out of the campfire area, and before we even realize where we are, one of us plunks into the water, and it's hot, almost burning. But the air has suddenly shifted and has become muggy, and the air is full of flies and disgusting gnats. And these huge trees kind of swirl everywhere that we look, hiding things from view. A dangerous anomaly triggers someone's phobia. Whose phobia? Why is this anomaly the worst version of the phobia? And how does this anomaly force you to confront your phobia? I'm just going to look at all of our phobias real quick.
That's fair. I had to think about what's mine. Hold on.
Now that I know there are really terrible things, I worry my entire existence will be cast aside. You want to matter. I see how it is.
Do you get to pick whose phobia is triggered, or
yes.
do we want to volunteer?
Yep.
Okay.
I assumed it would be me, but I can also put it up to the group for suggestions.
Should we take stock first?
We totally can. I just want to finish reading these real quick.
Course.
Well, maybe we should figure whose phobia is going to trigger and then take stock.
That makes sense. Okay. I think it makes sense for it to be my phobia because I'm going to die. But I think what I think will be more interesting is if we go with Sam Lumbergh's phobia.
That's what I was thinking.
Which is he feels like he was just following orders, and those orders are going to is what's going to get me killed. So yes, as Turk suggested, I'm going to take stock. I've already described what the swamp feels like, but I'm going to add that these buzzing things that are all around us, they're going to bite me on the cheek, and immediately my face is going to swell right around where the horn is now growing out of my skull. And every time someone gets bit, it's a painful blister that forms immediately after being attacked.
I'm going to add that as you get bit and we're kind of out in the swamp, looking at the swamp itself, it seems like in the parts where there's potentially deeper water, you can see ripples in the water, as if there's something moving beneath the swampy waters. Could be a fish, could be something else.
As we walk along, there is that fight to take each step, to keep the mud from sucking a shoe off your foot. It doesn't matter if we try and find high ground or not. Every single step is a couple inches into mud or deeper.
The various mangroves that are growing out of this brackish water entirely infest any place that could hold a chance at not being just a gauntlet of mud. It grows thicker as we get further into the swamp. It's having to push more and more of these mangroves away, almost dislodging some of the salt that seems to come off of their leaves.
I will say the large trees and indeed all the large flora in this area, as they dig their long roots deep into the ground, don't simply live like plants, rather like a lung pull the water down slightly as it drinks it in and releases it. Like the entire thing is a large lung, slowly rising and increasing the water. The mud around your feet at some point drying and caking quickly before rehydrating, which makes it very difficult to move on in some cases, as HP's already noted. But as you step and it cakes around entirely, your foot can easily get stuck. In fact, I believe that what happened to all of us at least once, coming in a patch.
Has everyone gone yet?
Yep.
Yep.
Then I'm going to pull a something's not right here, and I'm going to say that a tendril of one of these trees is actually going to snake down and wrap its way around my legs before I notice, and I call out in shock because my legs have been trapped in the muddy water.
I'm going to say it's worse than that. As his leg gets trapped in the muddy water, the ripples in the water begin to bubble up as basically living corpses begin to pull themselves out of the swamp. There's different types of corpses. There's women, children, the elderly. But the thing that's the most striking about these corpses as they rise, they all have mutations, like everyone else. And their focus, however, seems to be on Sam.
Okay. As we all start to realize these things are crawling out of the water, Sam, one of them appears behind you before you get a chance to notice it, and grabs onto you, trying to drag you down. And the chaplain will attempt to try to help you, but is stuck in place.
So that's not so easy.
Oh, is it now?
You don't say!
Okay, the zone mutates you, triggering a much more serious challenge. So in a burst of fervor, the chaplain is going to rip his way out of the vines and come hurtling towards Sam to try to get this thing off of him. But as I do, I'm going to use the mutation checklist, actually. What I notice as I do is that I have somehow ripped the darkened shadow legs that I once had, and instead comes the legs of, let's see, you know what? They are as the blackness strips away, almost like a cocoon, legs of gnarled vines, and with at least one hornet's nest embedded in them, come out of the blackness, and it starts to work its way up my legs and towards my torso. I don't get a chance to notice this, but you see this horrific beast of gnarled wood and insects come at you. And so what I'll say is a much more serious challenge is that the chaplain is starting to be absorbed into the swamp itself.
I can add, how about also your roots begin to sprawl out very quickly, which allows the zombies stuck in the water to start grabbing your roots and pulling themselves out that way.
I like that.
No. We're not about to get finished as parts of the Night of the Living Dead. We got... Like, I'm not sure what to do about two people getting absorbed into the swamp. Whoever's closest to her, probably Sam. She's gonna try to.
Yeah, so it's because he does succeed, so he manages to pull the zombie off of me. Okay. So Sam, seeing Father Longfellow basically turning into some sort of tree with all these zombies, like you guys can see, like. Sam had been very straight-faced in most of this, but just seeing these zombies for whatever reason, his face has gone pale white.
Yep, you were saying, sorry.
His face has gone pale white.
Okay.
And no.
I'm going to include another something that's not right here. Caroline, you watch as the beast that was once the chaplain assists Sam. However, while you're watching, you can see just behind them a undead beast that has 6 legs crawling its way towards you.
It's worse than that because it's really close.
I was like, how
I
do
mean-
make it worse? That's perfect.
I mean, it could be. I mean, do you want to say that it's really fast, or do you want to say that it's already upon her?
It's like it's worse than that. Like does not seem to be stuck down into the muck and seems to be able to glide across the surface like a water
is.
skimmer.
I think that
So
is-
it's going
Ooh.
from mangrove root to mangrove root, and we notice it when it takes its footing on the new mangrove root.
So it's coming at you rather fast, and you are stuck in the mud, but it has found a mutation that assists it quite easily, and so it lunges towards you.
I'm gonna try to hold my acid arm out at it.
It's
But wait,
it's it's fast, and its reflexes are immense, so it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Oh, okay. Yes, goal. Success immediately triggers a much more serious challenge. If it's a creature, it's not their final form.
this isn't even my final form.
Okay,
Thank you.
so as Dr. Quirm holds out this acid arm towards this chitinous figure, she does manage to at least abate it somewhat, in burning away some of that exoskeleton. However, what drops out of it is just a shed, smaller form of it that is just covered in various spikes and indentations, with somehow more legs.
What I hate is that you've now done a thing where you like kill the spider and all the baby spiders crawl out of
Yep.
it.
Yep.
It's the
That's
worst
what I-
video on the internet.
Steve,
that's
seeing that
what
things
I
are going
do.
very poorly, has decided, Steve's going to leave the tree and try and grab both Sam and Dr. Quirm by the arm to pull them along as fast as we can to just run.
I'll say as you're pulling him away because his face is pale, like he just looks at the faces of these zombies as they're pulling themselves off and says, "It's not my fault. I was just following orders. I'll make it right."
Honestly, trying to make your way through the swamp is not so easy.
Yeah.
That's for HP.
Yes. So I'll be following shortly after.
Yes, goal. Your success has dangerous unintended consequences for the entire expedition. So I grab the two of you while Sam is murmuring about making it right, and I will yell out, "Lockhart, deal with it." I think that would cause some dangerous unintended consequences for the expedition by empowering the ass. So.
We empowered that ass. And yeah, no, Lockhart will has been trudging his way through the undead, kind of doing his best with his backpack off his shoulders now, beating these things back as they emerge from the water, and he kind of in a moment of clarity turns and will attempt to kind of hold up a hand as his fingers are barely glowing towards the creature, and the rest of the undead kind of just hold it up in the air. And this is a test. It's all a test. And I haven't failed yet. And I'm just going to go ahead and click that not so easy button, because there is...
So what is it specifically you're trying to do?
I am attempting to drive back the creatures with the power of my luminescence.
Mm-hmm.
And the zone mutates you. If you're not alone, someone else is mutated even worse. I would honestly say I am alone. Because
Well, I was gonna say, because we're leading towards my death, do you want your success to be part of the reason that I succumb to death?
Yes. Okay, I'm here for it, because he holds up his hand and the skin flakes away for a moment, showing just pure energy exoskeleton, like his nervous system exposed, held by light, and it shines and flows, losing his entire arm to a pulse of light as each of these hits the undead, and their mutations quicken and speed up and consume them all, turning them into various forms of fungi, creature, terrible, horrific mixtures of both as they morph into each other, terrible plasmic-like messes of arms and legs. His own hand slowly coming back, not as a proper hand, but simply as an icicle of energy extending from it, which he looks at with bewilderment, slowly continue to make his way with the rest of make his way towards the rest of the group, letting it hang at his side. But yeah, I'll throw it over to you, Proper, to let you know what happens when that wave of light and energy pulses over the good chaplain.
Like the others, actually, do you want to resolve the card first?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Because there is a button.
There is a button. We should always push the buttons.
Well, I mean, I guess I should die before I press the button. As the others do, the mutations on the chaplain accelerate, and so quickly, before you even have a chance to do anything, the vines and the fungus just envelop him completely, and you see as the sorry, this isn't get dark. You see as one of the vines rips through his skull, and completely, in seconds, his whole face is covered, and his last words, as the light consumes him, is you just hear him in awe as he tells the light, "Oh, undying light, consume me," and that's when it rips through his skull and destroys him completely. And as you flee, one of you looks back quickly and sees that there is a new tree that is sprouted in the middle of the swamp.
Can I add that we also noticed that as we're going, that the other trees also seem to have faces?
Yes.
100%.
Terrifying. Yes.
The chaplain is now one with the zone. I continue to take turns as normal after this, but Hubert Longfellow's humanity, though perhaps not their story, ends here. As the first player to die, I get a free, not so easy card to use in the final judgment. What happens after death? Once your character dies, you transition to embodying the zone. You still take normal turns as director, use all of the moves and so on. Now is the chance to focus fully on creating the weird, magical, and horrible situations for the remaining players. Check in on their obsessions and phobias so you can incorporate them into scenes. It's still my turn now.
It's because you died, you claimed it, so if you claim and we move on to the next zone, whoever's fate it is will probably prompt the director.
Yep,
Gotcha.
it'll prompt the new.
Who's gonna die next?
So I think since we're running from the swamp, it makes sense to move on to the lab,
Oh my god, it's perfect.
where the scientist, Dr. Carolyn Quirm, will die.
In the lab. I
Which is
must
really-
die in the creek.
Unless anyone wants to die in the lab,
No.
it is Carolyn's turn to die.
I mean, I'm fine with it, yo.
Okay, then claim it.
Accept
Accept my
that
fate.
fate.
Oh boy. Ooh, okay. Alright.
Actually, I need to take a break real quick. Do you mind if I go to break and we will play out your death scene in a moment?
Sure.
Gives you a chance to read the things.
Yeah.
We'll be right back, everyone. See you soon. Hello and welcome back. This is TPK Roleplay. Tonight we're playing The Zone, a GM-less horror story game. When we last left off, it is Heck's turn as the director. We were going towards the lab, and Heck has agreed to their fate to die in this scene. So why don't you take
Yep.
us away?
All right, so I'm gonna choose our third option here because I like it. Okay, thank God it showed me the thing. I was like, I don't know if I can take it from memory. Okay, vats of organic material and petri dishes are everywhere. Their contents are growing out of their containers. The stuff is everywhere. If you didn't know. All right. So as we all are walking into the lab from this swamp, just trying to get away from this creature, and we see these heavy doors that we just slam open and slam shut behind us. As we take a second to catch our breaths, we look forward finally from just having our head down. There are a series of different lab benches and incubators and microscopes, all kinds of equipment around. However, it seems very dated, very worn. It's not new. It wasn't like the very antiseptic nature of the hospital. This hasn't been touched for a while. You can tell as there's beginning to be visible bacterial colonies growing on different surfaces where different petri dishes have been or have been incubating for God knows how long inside some of them. There are different antibiotic tests that have been put on the lab benches just to sit and run their course, but eventually they have just been, the different pills on those dishes have just been overtaken completely. And tell you what, I am also going to take stock. What else do y'all see?
As we get deeper into the lab, the bacterial colonies have given way to even funguses. And as we pass through one of the labs within this larger building, there is very slowly a fungus dragging its petri dish behind it as it squirms slug-like across the table.
I'll say and go even further that we've turned on a few flashlights as certain areas of the lab have failed lighting, and turning them on to some rooms and checking them out, we are only greeted with the sight of what appears to be a vat of human eyeballs and teeth and noses and ears sent across a large tube. Clearly some kind of process has gone terribly wrong here, and the flesh itself is spilling out and commingling, and the fungi itself are growing onto it, dragging themselves over and slowly digesting the born flesh in an unending cycle of creation and consumption.
Go ahead, Proper. I'd like to go last if I could.
Okay. I think the rotting smell has kind of followed us as we've as you have continued, and it abounds everywhere in this lab space. Every experiment has gone wrong in some way. Okay, whose dog is barking?
Sorry, that's mine.
It's one of the vats!
There's a test subject.
So, as you kind of make your way through and see these awful atrocities, you will you just the wrench as the awful smell of putrefaction will continue as you move down the corridor, getting worse and worse, and try as you might to hold yourself, all of you are getting sick. Bile is coming back up through your throats as you kind of venture further down this hallway. Sam, before you continue, make sure to unmute.
Yep. So I'm actually going to add my take stock a little bit differently. So when they enter the lab and begin to walk through, Sam's face of paleness seems to relax, but then he seems to have some uneasiness as he's begins taking in the sights of this lab. And as they are traveling through, he almost comes to him as a surprise as he says, "We shouldn't be here. This lab doesn't exist in the zone."
It has to exist in the zone we're in it.
No, this lab was 3 states over. This is not right. There's something wrong. There's something gravely wrong if this lab is here.
Actually, I'll say it as far as something's not right here, because as you say this, you look around and see the same beast that we saw earlier, with the suit on and the glasses and the glow from the eyes, looks directly at you and just says, "Shh." Sam.
Okay.
It is worse than that as Sam turns and the rest of us see nothing. This is entirely within Sam's own head.
As everyone else looks around as if trying to find where what you're looking at, he'll beckon you into one of the rooms in the lab.
Sam looks around to see if anybody else is seeing this.
So are you lost there? We have to keep moving forward.
Just one moment. I need to check something.
All right.
And I'm going to proceed to turn the corner around where I saw the demon agent.
I think something's not right as you turn the corner.
Yeah, he's following a demon agent.
Well, yes, of course. but something's not right. Because
that demon agent should be off on Tuesdays, and we all know that he never misses a day off.
Exactly.
It's
and
Kevin's day, and that
deep
is not
down
Kevin.
in the pits of hell, someone's missing a poker game, and they're all sitting around very annoyed. And it's worse than that. They made drinks for this occasion. No. As you turn the corner, you see the group exactly as you remember leaving them. Only we, the viewing audience, know that is distinctly not them, because something is wrong.
It's worse than that. The vision that you see as Dr. Carolyn Quirm quickly unfolds itself and becomes a slithering mass and lunges toward you.
All right.
You know what? I think I'm going to classify that as the mutation that endangers the group in this scene.
No, this is great because I know that Sam doesn't die in this scene, but somehow it's going to come back around.
Yeah.
Unless Sam claims fate.
Or
it's too late for me to claim.
Yeah, you've come before then.
That's fair.
Yep.
But I have a few tricks up my sleeve as the zone.
Well, so it's coming at me. So I guess in this case, I'm going to back away and dodge, which I'm going to find is not so easy when it's a tendril mass of flesh.
I just move.
No, but the zone mutates you. You feel it asking you what you've wanted. It gives it to you. Okay. So basically this tendril mass of flesh grabs Sam, quickly pulling him into its mangled flesh of bodies. As he struggles and screams out against it, he almost feels like a voice in his head asking him something. something odd that he can't help but say yes to. At which point the tendril flesh almost seems to release him and begins to slither back into the slime pool that it crawled out of. However, Sam himself, his clothes are ripped where the tendrils and the sharp teeth that were sticking out of it ripped at him. And he now, as he looks down, he notices that the suitcase has been opened and he has a mark on his chest. And as he looks down, he notices that in the trailing blood of the flesh as it moves away, there's a black little idol. He grabs it, shoves it into a suitcase before anybody can seize, and closes it. And with a panic breath, he'll stand up.
I'm going to jump in here because Isaac Lockhart is able to see things as they were and will be through one of his mutations. And he'll, as the rest of the group is kind of running up to you, obviously seeing your panic struggle against this flesh for a moment, will look up. What was the idol?
It's not important right now. We need to leave and get out of the zone.
No, I
talking
feel
about
it's
he's bleeding.
very
There's flesh-eating bacteria
important.
here.
And I'll hold up.
Something's not right because those fungus are crawling closer to us now.
It's worse than that.
Can I jump in really quick and say it's worse than that because Isaac is not letting this issue drop, and he is in fact holding his spike of energy towards the doctor. Open the suitcase. Let us know your secrets. Why are you hiding them at this point in the gauntlet? Come on, you worthless button pusher.
Mr. Lockhart, this is not the time or the place for these arguments. We need to get out of here.
No, I very much think it is. Why don't you open the suitcase now, and then your wounds can be tended to by this kind shepherd.
There are monsters approaching us right now.
Lockhart, you need to drop this. We need to go.
It's starting to get aerosolized. We gotta go.
Speaking of
Open
which,
the suitcase.
Speaking of which, something is not right. The suitcase. No, sorry. The one of the tendrils that came at you originally has caught up with you and is enveloped the suitcase, and is quickly working its way up your arm.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt to basically pull my arm away with the suitcase, and at this point I'm going to try to flee regardless of Lockhart's inclinations to stop.
Can we do conflicting not so easies?
I mean, it's gonna be not so easy either way.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not so easy.
I'm gonna do my not so easy because I'm making the action now, and then your reaction can be not so easy for me escaping. How about that?
That works for me.
All right. Okay. No, but your failure brings you closer to another character. If you're the last slime, describe a fact, spec, or operation. Okay. So I attempt to pull away, but it manages to still hold my arm. I don't get the direction I want, but as it basically pushes me straight into. I'm going to say it pushes me straight into the doctor. It's pushing me, pushing her, and then she flies back some. How about that?
That's one way to describe getting closer.
I was saying, I don't think that's what they meant, but I like it anyway.
I mean, you know, it's
Roll
still
with it.
technically
I like
like.
it.
I mean, yeah, I'm
basically
for it.
flying into them, but rather than flying like into Lockhart, I'm now flying into the doctor, which gives Lockhart an opportunity to do what he was wanting to do.
I would love to. You just gotta click resolve on yours, and then I'll.
Yes, I do. Boop.
I'll get mine. And not so easy.
Wait, what are you trying to do that's not
I'm
so easy?
attempting to grab the suitcase as he flies back, severing the connection to this flesh thing with my own spiked evolutionary accelerating hand.
Oh, good. You get someone to help you in this endeavor.
Help is needed from other characters or from a local.
So Steve would have grabbed a fire extinguisher nearby as kind of the only means and weapon and defense he could think of. And as you were trying to reach for that, I start spraying the tendrils with the fire suppressant. And perhaps the chemical reaction is enough to help you cut through.
As the fire extinguishing foam hits and I ream up through the flesh with my spiked arm, the flesh seems to almost crisp and burn somehow, but instead turning into blackened insect-like tendrils with the hairs that stick to the wall with newfound grip that it itself does not seem aware of. Desperate to cling to anything and seemingly unable to pull from the walls. And then I rip the suitcase free as Lumbergh goes into Dr. Quirm.
Can I add on to yours? As you cut the tendril, how about it also cuts straight through Sam's hand, which is how you pull the suitcase away.
There you go. Perfect.
Bam.
Oh.
I'm gonna kick that up a notch.
Oh, the
Bam.
Resident Evil. There we go.
What are you?
And I'm gonna say that on my wrist, because your blade is ice, right? So
you're light, an icicle of light.
Icicle of light. But either way, as you cut through, it basically almost cauterizes the wound instantly, so I'm not bleeding out.
Yeah, it's almost I kind of flavored it. It's almost like a forced mutationary thing, so you could throw that onto some weird stuff. But I'm totally cool with cauterization as well.
It's a lightsaber.
Who doesn't want a lightsaber?
I know.
And he's just gonna kind of like step back from the flesh in the scene, almost like entirely too casually, plop it down and pop it open with his one good hand and open it.
Well, that would be not so easy because there's still a fungus crawling towards us.
That's fair.
And the suitcase is locked, but...
That's fair. Yes, but...
Oh my god.
But he stabs a fungus, cuts it open, and gets in it.
Game.
So we...
to get this money.
We reveal something about your character's past to succeed. Now I'm curious because... You know what? No, I'm going to play with the interpretation without debating it. We flash back to a scene from Lockhart's past, or presumably, as he's bringing this spike down to chop into the lock to open this case. And we flash back, and there is a small boy clipping open with a rock in a backyard of a kind of middle American, just outside the city kind of town. You can hear the highway traffic in the distance as he chips at a briefcase with a combination and making no progress whatsoever. And he's chipping and chipping and chipping and chipping. And eventually a hand kind of grabs him, a stern-looking figure, a bald head, aside from some hair along the sides, grabs him. If you forgot the combination, boy, then you don't get what's inside. Boy looks up at him and says, "But he left it to me. It's all he left me." And he continues to try and pull the rock from the arms and rock that he's holding from the figure, but eventually gets a hard kunk to the side of the head as he's knocked to the side, and the figure picks up the suitcase instead. When you remember, you can get what you want. And then flashes back to Lockhart slicing open this case, clearing off the lock combination with and as he does, the lock kind of clears off and forms into this beautiful clockwork mechanism that hits the floor and kind of continues grinding and tumbling along, opening it and kind of grabbing a hold of this black figurine that's inside, which I don't know what it is.
And I'll describe. As the suitcase pops open, on the inside of it, the lining is made completely of lead. All around the lining of the suitcase, the lead itself is inscribed with different mystical looking runes. And in the very center of the suitcase is basically an indention that looks like something is going inside there. That basically the idol that he threw in there seems to be a perfect fit for, like full shape of this idol seems to be perfectly made for this. So as it opens up and pops out and the idol flies out of it, suitcase lands off to the side, at which point Lockhart grabs this idol.
Which I think would be something's not right. And as he holds the idol, I mean, if someone else wants to jump in with something else.
I was going to say...
Yeah,
I was going to say something was not right here. You can describe what happens with the idol in a moment. Hey, Dr. Carolyn Quirm, that cough you had earlier has gotten much worse.
Yep.
And in fact, you may have been infected.
Yep.
It's worse than that. As you cough once and you feel at the side of your mouth a solid form has come in, like a cold sore, only it is a mushroom.
Oh, God.
And
yeah, I mean, as she was pushed back in this scuffle, she's just kind of leaning over real heavily over one of these lap benches and just continuing to retch and cough. And I'm going to save stream and not continue to do it, but you get the gist.
Sam, unfortunately, is not paying attention to the doctor. His eyes are right on Lockhart as he's holding his basically amputated arm. And he's looking at Lockhart saying, "You need to put it back. It needs to be contained."
Contained? This is the crucible. It'll pass through everything. And I don't know how, and he kind of holds up the idol and holds it in his hand. And I would think that everything begins to kind of pulse around him. This room gets kind of like a sonar ping out from it. Then walls and fungi and flesh and bone all ripple as he pulls it free, and the zone recognizes.
I'm gonna, if I can add a suggestion.
Yeah, go for it.
To go with what I've got going. Because you have your quote unquote future sight, you probably also gain a vision about taking the idol to the center to get what you want.
Okay. And I think I want to throw at something's not right as Lockhart holding the idol and attempting to channel its power preemptively has caused it to have unforeseen circumstances on the local area.
And
it's worse than that because it is focused on Dr. Quirm.
There we go.
There we go.
She's gotta die sometime, guys. Let's move on.
You're fighting over this idol, and I run over Dr. Quirm like, Carolyn, and I'll shake it, and when I lift you up from your face on the lab, it's not just a fungus in your mouth. The side of your face has been encased in these shelf fungus and other slime molds that have started to develop. And I'm just going to look over at Lockhart and Lumbergh and go, "Will you put it down for a second before..." And as that pulse ripples across, I can see the fungus on her face ripple and puff and multiply and just overcome Carolyn's face completely. Carolyn!
Yeah, she gone. She gone, be whether from a shock or just already taken over internal systems. You're not entirely sure. Yeah, you probably instinctively drop her because there is a bunch of fungus over her at this point. And yeah, just like a ragdoll, just drops to the ground.
And
Do you want to die and end the scene there?
Yeah, I think that would be good. As this pulsating begins to strengthen and eventually overtake the vision of everyone and just complete light going on to the next scene.
Name your fate. Oh no. All right.
Start your turn and let's move us on.
Moving to the forest. Who's gonna die? The writer must die.
Why is it going in the order that we thought?
There's gotta have the final conflict.
Steine, I will accept my fate. I will go with the we'll go with the thick undergrowth, gnarled root systems, and bulging mushrooms everywhere. We go bursting out of the lab. The waves of fungus following us. Lockhart and Lumbergh dealing with their idol in the wings, and Steve just runs. Runs out of the lab, runs toward this forest, and as the sounds return, it's this return to what we first ran into with the creatures. There's the hum and the static, and as we look, we can see eyes hidden in the root systems, but the eyes shake and move without blinking, bouncing around, almost glitching in this weird experience. The scene prompt is we meet a creature that seems to have the same obsession. If you don't mind, Steve will meet it as he goes running through. And as Steve starts running through this forest, leaving the two of you behind, these trees around him, these mushrooms, all have the faces that we've seen on trees. And one at a time, they just keep saying names. Different names. Andrew. Natalie. Lucy. Phil. And I just cover my ears and just start running as they want to see this truth too. They wanted these answers too. And I guess flipping it a little, they don't want to be forgotten. So to take stock, I guess it's setting what happens as Steve runs into the forest with the two of you stumbling out of the lab behind.
The vines and roots of these trees, mushrooms as well, as you pass, grow and create a root system between two trees, blocking your original path and creating two others that Isaac runs down a second, again isolating him and leaving Sam with a third, as all three members of the remaining of this expedition are left to their own devices.
As you run through the forest, you catch glimpses of things that are very familiar to you, and sometimes it's Isaac who sees them, and sometimes it's Sam who sees them, but Steven sees them again and again. These mythical beasts that we all thought were fake kind of seem to all inhabit the forest in various shapes and forms. You can smell their musk, and you can see their visages as you run.
As Mr. Stein continues to run through these woods, the different roots and branches begin to take different shapes, not just your typical tree-like shape. I was trying to think of a better word, but there's not.
Not your
They-
typical phallic shape of trees.
What the fuck?
Arboreal.
No,
Arboreal shape.
Sure. It begins to take more of like hands and feet and just various like more humanoid looking shape. The further you get away from the group.
I want to add, as Lockhart is running out from the lab, he seems to know the destination he's going to. Sam grabs the briefcase with his one working hand, following after him as Steve runs off into the woods. And Steve is noticing mushrooms are similar to the ones that were growing on Coraline are starting to sprout on his arms as he tries to wipe it away.
And as he does, something's not right. They just keep growing back with every wipe the spores spread.
Worse than that, they whisper to you all the secrets you ever wanted to know. Truths that you knew and kept hidden, or the falsehoods that you willingly propagated. They speak of your sins, and they are growing.
HP, why don't you describe this creature?
So as running desperately, I come to another dead end. Apparently the path that I went along ended while their path kept going. And when I get there, there is one of these trees. And has, as Heck said, gotten more and more human-like. Where there is distinct hands and distinct feet. And this face within the tree takes shape and looks in my direction. And it tells me all that Turk just said. It gives every ultimate truth, every answer. It gives me the deep reality of the zone and reaches out a hand. And Steven just starts saying, Steven Steine. And I'll reach out and grab its hand as it pulls me in. And Steve, completely by himself, forgotten by the two that are running elsewhere through the forest, is completely encapsulated. Not all that unlike the preacher and the doctor.
Do you just die that simply?
That simply.
I think it's
Forgotten and alone while the other two keep running to the center.
Ooh, pulls us a row. I love it.
I went out into the woods. You ready?
Okay.
You ready?
We're,
You ready, Campfire?
we're gonna see. We're gonna see who comes out on this
You ready to
one.
flip that fucking coin?
Eeny, meeny, money. Moving to the subway. Oh, man.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna say, if we can have a Matrix subway fight, that'd be cool.
Dude, I'm down for a duel.
Uh-oh. The entrepreneur.
Are you sure you want... Don't you want to claim this fate?
I think that Sam's obsession and phobia makes it far more interesting if he makes it to the end. Just saying. It's not at all tainted by the fact that
I know.
Isaac is an asshole.
I'm sorry. I'm also in the grounds of I think me making it to the end.
No, I'm down. You ready for a fucking final standoff?
Oh yeah, we're gonna make this epic.
Okay, here we go. So we're in the subway. Let's see what our options are. Creative tilting, claustrophobic, low ceilings, next train delayed, the tunnels beckon, the underground crown jewel. Let's do automated shuttles. So we, each of us individually, come through the tree lines, the entire woods howling our collective sins, some certainly louder than others, both of us burdened by the mistakes of the past, but for very different reasons. And slowly but surely, we hear them dissipate and fade into the distance. A scream or perhaps a sigh can be heard as one embraces their fate, long forgotten at this point because the future of the world is at stake. And we don't know exactly how, but both of us find a stairway down. We head deep underground. Stairs and escalators and elevators and boxes and tubes and some kind of strange metallic spider-like crawling and all the oddities of movement possible to take us deeper and deeper underground. Perhaps it's the center. Perhaps this all began underground. But perhaps this is just how the world works. And we come to a point where it is just clean. It is just metal and plexiglass and perfection and electricity in the air. Not just because the standoff that is bound to happen, that has been foretold since the very beginning, the crucible with which all people must pass, but because every so often a slow trolley car pulls along. Next boarding, the center. Departing now. And it takes off. And we both reach the same platform at the same time. And we lock eyes. An idol and the power to change the world in my hand, and the effects of that in yours.
The powers to contain.
And I'm going to take stock really quick.
Okay.
As this place is immaculately clean. Perfectly clean, in fact. It is clean to the point where we see a small, grubby person with a 13 patch on their backpack, hunched over with a toothbrush at the edge of the line, with the toothbrush just, and that's the only sound that fills the air. Toothbrush on metal, clinging to a last piece of dirt.
I'm also going to add that Sam, despite him locking eyes with Lockhart, sees just behind Lockhart the figure of the demon agent looking straight at Sam. He holds up his right hand with a gold watch, points to it, tapping, tapping, tapping.
It is so sickly clean in here that even you can taste it in your breath. The like awful taste of a like industrial strength cleaner and of bleach. The air is acrid with bleach.
Ugh. Oh, stings in the eyes.
In fact,
Yeah.
it does sting in the eyes.
There you go. Within the more barren strips of subway track, you can see just every once in a while, just a couple wisps of electricity just kind of escaping from that, and you think that the sound isn't really there of it at first, but that person eventually stops growing for just a second, and you can hear that crackling of electricity every once in a while.
As the two of you are taking all of this in and the smells, the loudspeaker opens up again. And you hear a mechanical voice come over the speakers. Shuttle departing for the center. 1 seat remaining.
And I think, as certainly the antagonistical force here, your eyes flick to the side towards the demonic presence in the room, and Lockhart begins charging you. I will say something's not right. I'm gonna hit the button. Something's not right. As you look in his eyes, they are white and cracked, and there is a void consuming him. Therefore, it might have been considered an energy, a being, but you can recognize it now. There is nothing there.
It's worse than that because Isaac can see him too.
Well, Isaac's turning into... Is it the demon turning into energy, or is it Isaac turning into energy?
What is this?
Isaac was the one turning into pure energy. Just
okay.
The light behind his eyes.
Basically, Isaac has the idol.
You're right.
And that's taking over.
Then I'll change that to it's worse than that because Isaac is starting to look more and more like this demon.
Ooh, the cracks away from his eyes are forming above his head
with a horn
into a horn of fragmental pieces.
Okay.
Like a puzzle board coming together slowly. And he's charging you with a spike.
With that, the moth flies by me. Sam is going to attempt to use basically his agent combat training to basically do like a judo throw with Isaac to stop his attack.
Do we want to do the same not so easy stuff? I know technically I can't be effective, but I was like,
well, I'm gonna do not so easy for me because it's not gonna be easy to do this to you. So.
You can be affected, you just can't die from it.
That's true. Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, and the zone mutates you in a way that triggers someone else's phobia if no one is left to trigger. What's your phobia again?
The AI, the world, the people that make this world will leave me behind.
Okay. So I'm going to say that I try to reach out to, do the judo throw with momentum, but because I'm missing my hand, I'm not able to execute it right. So you actually do manage to stab me with your blade of light. However, the light seems to push against my body as it seems to start taking it over, but as I hold the suitcase, it seems like an energy from the suitcase seems to be pushing it back. And as these two energies are fighting over my body, in your eyes, my face begins to change and warp, looking like that of the bald man who took your suitcase in your flashback. And you just see my lips say, if you can't take it, you'll leave it behind. Or
yes. So he gets flipped over on the side and clutching the doll in now a death grip as his knuckles on his own remaining hand go death white. You hear him shout in just this guttural no, and will lunge at you. And I will say that's probably not so easy for him.
Not in a rage.
Extremely in a rage. No, and the zone mutates everyone in the expedition. Okay, so he lunges to try and stab right at your heart, but I would say that you probably can parse it to the side, contacting with the beam of light as more of Isaac is ripped away, his shoulder now just dissipating, and as he lands, rather than becoming light, it kind of begins to mold to it, this marble and tile substance pulling up with him, energy and electricity, briefly holding it and then shocking it away, and leaving you with a gash across your side that has cleaned out a good bit of flesh, but seems to have left a similar kind of energetic substance to it. knitting it together slowly back into flesh.
I'm sorry, did you say that the idol flew out of your hand as well?
He's gonna stab, and you know what? Yeah, I will say, like, as he lands to the floor with that hard thud as you throw it, the idol will like kind of roll out towards the edge.
Okay. I'm trying to fit in your death. What was the death that you picked again?
Oh, I don't have a picked death. I know there's a survivor here of the previous expedition, but he's the one rapidly scrubbing the side.
Okay.
It's not quite a move, but can I narrate that the survivor notices the idol and reaches out towards it?
Yes. Okay. And if I can jump in really quick, Isaac is going to lock eyes rather than with Lumbergh. Look over to Survivor as the Survivor moves towards it in a mad dash, goes to catch him, and will attempt to stop him from catching the idol. No, and okay.
And of that electronic voice over the top says, "The final passenger has been chosen."
Yeah, no, and he goes and I got it. He goes and gets up to his feet, and in a moment, the muck and gunk on his boots causes him to slip and slam that spike of an arm down into the ground, pinning him there. And that voice comes on, and you just hear a guttural cry of like rage and anger as like more of his face begins to peel away and form those horns above his head.
As I see that and I see the train is starting to close the doors, I'm going to run, grabbing the idol with my one hand in the suitcase to basically kind of grab both and then get on that train.
Well, that's not so easy.
Yeah.
Yes, but success immediate triggers a much more serious challenge if it's not a creature. If it's a creature, that's not their final form.
Ooh.
Okay, so I got this. So Isaac attacking the survivor makes him stop for a moment. But as Sam takes the moment to grab the idol, he makes it into the train. However, the survivor, who now has his eyes blued out, looking much like how Isaac started to transform, is now in the train with him as he says, "Clean, clean, everything must be clean," looking at Sam as the train begins to depart.
Okay, if I could jump in, real fast. Isaac, lodged into the ground, tries to pull free, but he is connected to the zone as a being of pure energy, and slowly more and more of him is ripped away, and he screams and demands to be given the right to it. Give me it. It's mine. 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 It's more and more and more skin is pulled away. And if you could quickly resolve this, I would love a potential not so easy roll to help you out here. As he demands to get what is his, and a yes, and zone mutates you in a helpful way. You best believe it's fucking helpful. As the train pulls away and begins to accelerate at a rapid rate, you see, we flash back to Isaac as he pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls, and more of him pulls away until he's a being of pure energy, coalescing, the tiles and everything inverting on him, and in a brief pulse of light and energy that extends from him, everything is ripped and pulled and torn, and it follows the train as you see from the back as this survivor begins to attack you with a jagged toothbrush. As he raises it up, you manage to kick him back, and the back of the train barely catches this light as the explosion of energy consumes it quickly and then retreats back in just as fast, leaving nothing but a void as the train continues moving on. And in absolute just void of space is left where Isaac Lockhart used to stand. And if that's okay, I think I'm going to die and end the scene. Oh, wait, I'm the director. I can do that.
You have the power.
I have the power!
Okay. We are headed
I wonder who's going to die next.
to the center.
Bureaucrat is at the center. We're about to meet the mysterious center of the zone where the bureaucrat will make their final wish. What did the zone do with that wish? That's where everyone else will decide, using the not so easy cards gathered on this journey. Okay, so I'm the director. You are the director. You made it to the center. The center part 1. The lone survivor has made it to the legendary center of the zone. First designed the center together, it is staggering beauty, inconceivable horror, alien strangeness, or something else. All right. So I'm gonna. And I'm sorry. The survivor in there. Did you? What happened with him exactly again?
He was consumed by the light as you kicked into the back of the train, and half of the train was consumed by the explosion.
Right. So basically, Sam is on this half of the train, still moving forward. He quickly looks at the idol that's laying just past him as he's on the ground from the explosion. He quickly grabs it, moves to the briefcase, popping it open to shove it back in there to hope and pray that contains it for now. As the train begins to pull into station, the mechanical voice comes up and says, "You have now arrived at the center." The door, or at least what's left of the door, pretty much it's like half a door, kind of like skids open as he warily picks up the suitcase, stands up, and walks out of the train. As he walks out of the train, he notices that he basically stands onto a train platform. But that's about as normal as it gets. As he looks around, everything around him is almost black, as if staring off into the void. There does seem to be some ground around the train station, and little platforms hovering over the void that lead to a larger platform. And on this platform seems to be some sort of altar. The altar itself looks ancient with runes. It looks unordinary. But Sam seems to look at it and knows that that's where he needs to go. We'll go ahead and meet the center. You're the director. Almost time for you to make your final wish. I can describe the final survivor's encounter with the center and just created. How does the zone make it clear? Is it time for the final wish? Before triggering the wish, do a short flashback about your obsession, which was salvage the experiment. Okay. So as Sam is walking, trying to make it, the energy that basically he was cut with by Isaac on his side is starting to spread, starting to slowly consume Sam as it did Isaac. It's causing him immense pain. But he basically works his way, stepping step by floating step by floating step, trying to make it to this altar before he passes out or worse. As he thinks back about his life, he remembers his first debriefing about this ancient idol found deep within the earth in a temple, and how it seemed to display properties that scientists could only describe as alter reality. And then it was tested in a lab that he oversaw, a lab where human subjects needed to be tested on. One by one, they watched as these humans began to mutate, slowly having to eventually put them out of their misery. And then came the time that a field test needed to work to see if these properties could work and be controlled. So a small town was selected in the middle of nowhere. for this idol to be set up to be used until things went horribly wrong. And Sam, being the director of it, now must face the responsibility of containing this and returning the idol back to the real world for the agency to take care of it. So I guess I'll make the wish.
Make the wish.
So I wish for the idol to return back to the hands of the agency to be contained and sealed away. As he figures that by sealing it away, it might actually grant him some peace. Alright, so once I make this wish and it vanishes to the judgment, everyone else will embody the zone and decide if and how it occurs, and it may not be so easy.
May not be so easy.
I'm saying this out loud and leaving it to the fates at hand.
God, this is pretty. It's not so easy.
The zone players, you're now the other side of the not so easy. Turk, you got the most not so easy cards while alive. You'll choose the zone's final judgment on the wish. Heck, Last HP, and I will influence the final judgment by giving Turk one of your not so easy cards and suggesting a possible way things might go.
Start the judgment.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, this is so cool. You have to no and, no but, or yes but. And heck, you might want to unmute while you think about this. Tell us your thought process. What's going on in that head of yours? It's so cool.
Literally nothing. There are no thoughts.
The zone is
but
consumed.
I'm gonna try my best.
I wish for the idol to return back to the hands of the agency to be contained and sealed away.
This one seems like the most interesting one.
So what is your suggestion then?
Wait, is that something that we're supposed to say?
So
Yes.
Make a suggestion.
Cool.
You're supposed to suggest to Turk an option of how it doesn't work, but something does happen in its stead.
Okay.
So you guys make the endings, and he picks the one he thinks is the best.
Okay.
I
think that's how that works.
At the end here.
Okay. So yeah. I don't think that the idol is returned to the agency. However, what if it was returned to some type of foreign agency, some other power on the planet?
Okay.
All right, that's it. Oh, do I have to press that?
We don't have a button, so you have to press whatever it is you can press.
You have to press whatever button, yeah.
Okay, next suggestion. Okay.
Great. I only have yes, but, and no, and.
Oh, it's the card you got. Oh, no.
Yes,
I have so
these
many
are my
yes ands.
actual cards that I got.
I have so many yes buts and yes ands.
Which means we don't. So, I'm going to pick yes, but. And what I'm going to do is say that it is returned back to the agency so that it can be sealed away, but its dark power consumes the one it lands with, and instead of putting it away, they decide instead to abscond with it, and the power of the idol, in fact, creates a new zone. HP?
Yup. So I have yes ands, yes goals, no goal, and yes goals. So I am going to say yes, and that the idol does return to the hands of the agency to be contained and sealed away. But the and is...
It's starting to sound like you're making a yes, but.
I didn't want to say it.
The and is Sam has to return with it to continue to oversee and protect it. So he doesn't get to shunt it back to them and have them take care of it. The and is, and he's now tied to it completely.
Okay. Okay, I have all the options. So I have a no but, a yes but, a yes and, a yes but, a yes and, a yes but, a yes but, a yes but, a no and, a no and a yes and.
Lots of butts.
Lots of butts in here.
Butts.
Lots of yes buts, like me, an ask man. Hey.
This must be the serious ending.
No, this is a serious ending, I promise you. Because I'm going with a yes but. Because I feel we've all wanted this wish to go through with the complication. Ugh. So you reach for... Oh, okay, yes. So yeah, no, it gives you... I get to describe what happens with their wish. You may choose to incorporate influences from the other players who embody the zone, which is perfect because you, I'm assuming an American-ish agent, because you mentioned states, reach forward and offer the idol, and it spins and hovers in the zone, and it seems to begin drawing in the power, and in a moment you feel the zone's power fully withdrawn into it, and you are teleported back, and you look around and you notice the safe walls of a facility, and you feel a sigh of relief as it worked. You recognize this room. You know this room. It is a containment room for your government affiliation. It is safe. It is secure. It is contained. And you go to, and you place the idol within the briefcase, tucking it closed, and place it back into the mechanical locking apparatus that will keep this case closed by a 3-pattern lock that will cycle. And you look at it and you nod. It's good, it's done. Everything is that happened to you. The lost hand, the cross across the side, the weirdness, so to speak. It's over, and you step beyond the facility's walls. And you remember this room. It's a control room meant to monitor and keep the device and get its readings and check in case there's a flare, in case there's any oddities that are associated with it. And you look it over, and you have a final look back, as if almost to taunt it, an old friend that you've bested in a game of chess. And you pull it shut, and you turn, and you see a very different red, white, and blue awaiting you. The area beyond you is it is the same computers. It is the same style of flooring, you know, the rising levels, almost like a professor dictating to his students, except the idol is the only educator here. And you look out, and instead of seeing rows and rows of proud Americans. You look up and you only see the face of a man you don't fully recognize. Some hard militaristic face. A man who looks, and by your eyes, you know from your government training, is the kind of face that you know should never, ever be given a taste of power. And you look around and everyone is quietly typing away at computers, seemingly about their business. And you turn, and Isaac Lockhart, supreme ruler of the party. Fantastic job, citizen. You've served us so well in containing this anomaly business. And he offers you a hand.
Always a pleasure, sure. And will extend his stump of an arm.
Oh, we'll get that sorted soon enough. I'm certain you've struggled in your efforts. We do hate to see someone not brought to their full potential.
It's just part of the job, sir.
That's the kind of energy I love to hear from one of my favorite employees.
HP or Heck, do you have any details you want to add to the to this before Copper gives us the end of game?
Not off the top of my head.
What I think I will add to this is as they shake hands, the camera zooms out, and we see the American flag that Turk mentioned, and instead of the stars and the stripes, it is simply the symbol of the relic. Welcome to the United States of the Zone.
I'm just imagining back to the Planet of the Apes ending with like the Abe Lincoln statue, but it has Isaac Lockhart's head, and Sam's like, "You blew it up! You goddamn maniacs! You blew it up!"
I'll also add that as the camera continues to zoom, we see that outside the facility, the zone is no longer contained, but in fact takes over the entirety of the countryside. And with that, Copper, why don't you end the game? Give us an epilogue about the bureaucrat's life after the zone, using the final judgment as your starting point. Others may ask questions, but otherwise these will be the last words spoken in the game. End the story and make us squirm.
So Sam Lumbergh, a longtime bureaucrat, continues his work under his lordship, Isaac Lockhart, fulfilling the duties of research of the zone. Yet every time he returns home and sits in his apartment by himself, no pets, no loved ones, he continues to think to himself that there's something wrong, something off about his life. He just can't quite place his finger on it. He looks down at his robotic hand that has been replaced on his stump, slowly moving it. And then this pain in his side begins to act up once more. With his robotic hand, he touches his side, the side that's been giving him troubles for years, for the past decade since the incident. As he lifts up his shirt, he begins to notice little cracks in his body, little bits of blue peering through his skin. A sin that he continues to hide while he does his work. He knows it's the influence of the zone. And as he touches it, a spark ignites on his robotic hand, and his fingers begin to twitch. and fade. And he begins to look at his hand as it twitches. And he says, something's not right here. And we fade to credits.
Thank you, everyone, for playing. This has been The Zone, as created by, I need to find his name. I think it's Ralph D'Amico. And you can find this game at play.thezonerpg.com, and more information about it at laughingkaiju.com. How do y'all feel about this game? Sean,
I mean,
God,
I
that
think-
was loud.
medium.
That was so loud.
Sorry. There was a lot of emotion crammed into one expression, but oh my goodness. Sorry, if I could jump in really quick. This felt, I was playing the bad guy and I loved that for me. But like, I don't know. And obviously everyone's fucking amazing and beautiful and willing to just like cast their hand into the fucking fire like Mucius Scaevola up in here. But gosh, it just looks pretty. And it works very well. And I feel like once we got into the path of it, I don't know. Someone told me I'm wrong, but it just flowed. It just flowed and worked, and we knew the story we had to tell as soon as we got into the groove of it.
Considering that we had to like reel ourselves in from doing more story stuff with the cards, like obviously we were enjoying it, and we were like, we have to move it along. We have to reel it back, guys. So, but definitely once everything went down in the lab, like everything was just springboarded at that point. Like all of it paid off going forward.
I honestly, like, this might be like talking out of my ass, but like, I feel like you could make a whole campaign out of this by having a session per area of like collective
easily
story
enough.
building. Yeah.
Yeah, easily enough. Like, this is just a medium that I haven't ever seen before, at least in the terms of like TTRPGs in this format, in the storytelling format. There aren't that many like card games in general that I've really seen. So to see like such like an interesting virtual card game that gives you instructions each step of the way, and you can refer to it so easily, and gives like such a difference in prompts, is just like it's so good. It's like it's a choose your own adventure done very correctly for a group storytelling medium.
I mean, to say that nothing is like this is actually interesting, because Turk knows this because we've just played it recently. There is a game called Royal Blood in which you fight against the arcane, or the
Major arcana.
the major
of the tarot
arcana of the tarot deck, and it's very similar in a way that you use cards as kind of like the construction of the story, and then you collaboratively tell the story together, and based on which cards you pick, that decides if you succeed or not. It's actually a very similar idea with a very different like premise, but there's actually a few. I know of at least one, because I just played it. A kind of similar kind of card-based game that actually works very well for collaborative storytelling. So at some point we're gonna have to play it on DPK, because it was an excellent game. But I'm glad you also enjoyed this version in the Zone. HP, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, it's really great when mechanics fit the mood, and the mechanics of the game are limited in one respect, and yet they work so perfectly with what's trying to be accomplished. And I think that really helps. It helps guide not only people that are used to telling stories, but it's also really, really great for those that aren't as used to telling stories. And so I think that is something that's great about the kind of, limited mechanic of the game that is exactly what it needs.
It helps push the collaborative storytelling. Yep. You have bare bone mechanics, and it's really up to the players to tell that story, and we had to work off of each other. Mm-hmm. Right?
Absolutely.
So on the website for the game, it says this is a no prep GM-less session that's great for beginners. Would you, HP, think that this game is great for beginners who have no experience with role playing?
As long as someone is going into a game like this preparing to tell a story, then absolutely. If someone's going in and has no clue what they're about to get into, then it's kind of different. So it's perfect for beginners once you have the buy-in.
Gotcha.
So you have the buy-in of someone that's okay. Yeah, we're going to tell a story together, and this is how we're going to do it. And if you have that buy-in, then yeah, it's perfect because it walks you through those steps. It's very clear about involving multiple people, which is something that's always hard in collaborative storytelling games when you try and make any mechanic of it, because it does pass around that narration where yes, someone can create a complication, but somebody else has to add to that. They have to essentially yes and that right away. Also with the who it is that's saying, you run into it's not so easy. That all of those lean into helping along folks right at the beginning.
Well, without further ado, why don't we all give our goodbyes? Let us know about any of the games you're playing in and where we can find you online. And let's go in reverse order so it can end with me. Why don't we start with Copper?
Hi everyone, Copper Leo. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at CopperLeo21. I'll actually be playing potentially a game on next Sunday around the same time, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. More details might come out on that. Otherwise, you can see me and Heck on October 20th playing a Over the Garden Wall one-shot story. So come check it out. It's probably going to be interesting. I'm just going to leave it there.
All right. If that's it, hey everyone, I am Turk or Turk Accented. I was, of course, playing the entrepreneur / supreme leader, Isaac Lockhart. And if you want to see more of me being an absolute bastard, well, unfortunately, Bootstrap is gone from this world. But tomorrow I will be in our Swift and Vicious one-shot, a system written by Keegan EXE and run by Oserox Franco. It should be an absolute baller of a time. If you've seen a Fast and Furious movie, you know how this is going to go. It is too swift, too vicious. It's the remix, and we're going to be coming at it with full speed, full hearts, can't miss. On the 5th, on Tuesday,
Can I just interject right there, because
yeah, go for it.
Renegade Racers is a very cool system made by Keegan EXE, and you
It
should
is.
definitely check it out for that.
Please definitely do. I'm sure we'll be flooding it with all the links to that. So if you haven't already checked it out, we will definitely give you plenty of time to do that tomorrow. On Tuesday, we'll be back in Thylea with Oathsworn, our Odyssey of the Dragon Lords campaign here, which I DM, and we have two of our wonderful players here, our two sirens, singing sweet songs of victory over a large pork creature, and they'll be heading to the Cave of the Oracle, which should be a lot of fun. And then beyond that, we have Curse of Strahd this Saturday in Dark Echoes, and we'll have a recording again for Overarms with Neon Lights, and then the Harpers on the 12th. And on the 14th, we will be running The Haunting, a Call of Cthulhu one-shot with should be a lot of fun. It'll have Heck in there, and it will be spoopy as we jump into the spoopy season, continuing on. But I'm going to throw it over to Heck.
All right. Hey, guys. It's me, SirHeckaLot. You can find me on all the social medias at SirHeckaLot, including our Discord that you should definitely join. This has been stream 4, the final stream of my streak extravaganza, I guess. But don't worry, there's a 1-day gap in between the stream and my next one for Oathsworn. As we said, I'd also like to point out, since I love this community so much, we have a community movie night on Wednesday. I forget what we're watching, but we're all going to be watching it here together on Twitch, so definitely check it out if you have the time. I think it's at like 7 p.m. EST on Wednesday. And then I am back again on Thursday for Queen's Gambit. what else has not been shouted out yet? On the 15th is going to be our next Coven one-shot. I'm so excited. We are playing Pangolin Prom, where we are going to hopefully save a school dance as a bunch of pangolins. And I am running it alongside, or someone that is playing with us is the creator of the game, Sam Lee. So it's going to be super fun. As Copper Leo mentioned, we have As Autumn Colors Fall, which is an Over the Garden themed one-shot using the Babes in the Woods system by Anna Bass, and I'm also so excited for it. But enough of that. I've been talking way too much. Let's go over to HP.
I am the LastHPHero, and I don't remember who it was I played in this game. No, they must not have been important. The only thing that I will shout out is at the this Friday is our mid-season finale of Cold Hands, Warm Hearts. The crew know that there is a dragon currently destroying the 10 towns and have hopped on their griffins to try and chase it down before everything's wiped out. So, if we're going to play the dragon game, we're going to have a dragon in it. So that
8.5 towns.
It's currently 8.5 towns.
You're jinxing yourself already, man, bro.
I know. So we'll see how that goes for the mid-season finale, and everything else there's amazing things going on all month, so keep it tuned right here to TPK Roleplay. Proper.
My name is Proper. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, and sometimes game designer. If you enjoy collaborative role playing, you can check out my game, Generational, a story about stories, on itch. Someone just put the master collection of all of our itch games that I know that almost all of us now at this point have games on itch up there for between TPK Jam and other projects. So you can check that out and support me that way. Find me on as ProperNerdy on most other things. And we should mention another collaborative storytelling game we play is a mini-series called Blood and Grit. We just finished Devil Come For Me, I think it was. And we're moving on to another system in the Weird West style, coming for the 10th. But my pièce de résistance is Madness Calls It Forth, a City of Mist Knights of Paintown campaign with Ikaj and Luca and Chrissy and Vermin. It's a spectacular game that runs only once a month, so I hope you catch it on the 18th. That's all for me, so have a lovely evening all. And I would like to give a quick shout out to the creator of this game, Raftamiko. You can find him as as at Raftamiko on Twitter, I believe, and laughingkaiju.com. He has a bunch of other games, so if you enjoyed this one, check out his other ones. Also, The Zone does exist as a real card game, so if you like physical games, you can buy it yourself. But it's free to play online, so do check it out. Have a lovely evening all, and we will see you again soon.